Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice with my paralegal, Superball, joining us. We're coming to you from a different station. We are going to be dual streaming today. We have day 3 of Dima Tower. Should be, closing arguments, jury instructions, and verdict. I was going to say verdict watch, but I'm pretty confident we'll have a verdict today. So, and then on the other station, we're going to be computer station. We're going to be covering Devin Michaels. So we're going to pick up on Wednesday and Thursday. So we're not going to be too far behind with her. So, welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining us. They have a feed, so let me get you over there, and then we can talk. Okay. Let's see here. Give me a moment. All right. So, G. Stewie, hello to you. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. How's my audio? Let me just check in my audio here. Audio okay, guys? Dima Tower. All right. Audio seems to be okay there. We're all set up here. All right, Trixie, good morning. Theodora, let's see. You're hoping for a mistrial. Let's see here. I know I'm in minority. That's okay. No worries. But I hope for a mistrial. Dima needs to be evaluated and better represented. He keeps wanting to explain his actions, but the state will not allow for it. Fair point. Fair point. Sharon Kirkland, good to see you. Hell Rider, welcome in, welcome in. Happy Hermit, good to see you. Amanda, Alice, good morning to you. Marlene, good morning. Pammy, G. Stewie, hello, hello. Deb H, Allie B, and Leighton, welcome in, guys. Have a seat. Oh, I got kitties galore. Let's see. Cindy Davidson, good morning. Barry, will deliberations take less time than it will for Chris to put up the house-long verdict poll? Yeah, I'm feeling that, Barry. I'm thinking it's going to be a quick one. And good morning to you. C. Gilmore, happy to be here. Good. Let's see here. Lazy Boys, I agree. I would want to see what his life was like with the towers. Kimbers, good morning to you. Beach Life, thank you for joining us. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about his upbringing, his past, his foster care. I think that has a lot to do with how he ended up, right? I mean, we always talk about nature versus nurture. Well, hello there. You gonna come say hello to everybody? Nope. Just a cruise by, kitty cruise by. Nature versus nurture, right? Are we born, are we born with this inside of us, or are we born, and then environment takes over? To me, I see this as environment. He's a victim, if you will, of his environment, or a product, I should say. He's a product of his environment. Oh boy, kitty's in the background So this shade we had to put up because I think it was Houdini. I'm not sure who pulled down the curtain. So, and now they're back there. Messing around, of course. You can see Superball is monitoring said little kitty, where kitty's over there. Yep. So if that thing gets pulled down, you'll know why. Just keep an eye on Superball there. All right, so yeah, I think he's a product of his environment, his upbringing. Think about it. If your mom passes away when you're 6 or 7 years old, I don't know where dad was. You go to your brother, who I guess is old enough to take care of you, and then you go to your uncle, and you don't stay around with them. Then you go into foster care. Who knows how he was treated in foster care? We've heard the horror stories in foster care. It could have been really good. It could have been really bad. We don't know. And then he's adopted by what appears to be really loving, caring people. So I don't know why this is spinning. That doesn't make me feel good. That's not a good thing. Oh, his dad is in jail? Really? Is that true, Anja? I didn't hear that. Hey, Ed. Good to see you. He was a number. JMS, good morning. JRN, good morning. Oh boy. Okay, good. They got that sorted out. Lazy boys. Most people in prison have mental health issues. We've looked that up before. It's a good 30%, a good third of them have something going on. We've looked that up in Carlos, and then we looked that up again with Bianca. Prisons have kind of become de facto, hospitals, if you will. Hey, Andrielle, good morning to you. Deviant Croissant, good to see you. Roy G. Biv, they could have been those savior complex people or those horror stories we discover with foster parents. I get the feeling that they were solid people, meaning the Towers. I'm thinking more of his, but you never know what happens behind closed doors. There's always that. I got the sense that they were pretty solid people, but again, we don't know. Melissa, let's see. And there's also horror stories about the children in foster care, and this young gentleman seems a perfect example. I'm sure he didn't make anything easy for foster homes. Yeah, then there's that. Hey, Lori, his dad was an alcoholic too. All right, I don't know any of this, you guys. Lynn, good morning to you. Sparkling Princess, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Where are you guys getting this information from, that his dad was in jail and an alcoholic? Was that on somebody else's feed? Good morning to you, Mandy. Thank you for joining us. Mary, you are all permitted to have a martini because today is your 78th birthday. Fantastic. Well, happy 78th birthday, Mary. Thank you for spending it with us. Oh, I feel honored that you're hanging with us. Appreciate that. Well, this doesn't bode well. Their live view is, we got 5 minutes to go, guys. Come on. Get your live view going. Let's see. Green-eyed cat. Hello, hello. Open back up the insane asylums. Mental health must be addressed if we are to see any change. Are they not open? I don't know. Dawn, good morning to you. See, Lissa, I feel like he didn't have a chance to form healthy relationships. Doesn't seem like it. Hey, Lori, good to see you. And Elizabeth G. Linda, good morning to you. Let's see. Wait, is Barry your birthday today too? Did I miss that? Barry, is it your birthday as well? If I missed it, happy birthday to you, Barry. Is it Barry's birthday too, you guys? Did I miss that? Hey, Mallory. Good morning. All right, we're going to have to go to another feed. All right, we got to go do another feed. Hold on. Sorry, I'm a little congested today. All right, we got to go to another feed here. Let's see. All right, bear with me for a moment. Okay, come on. All right. Oh, come on. All right, just hold on a sec, you guys. Give me a moment here for this to kick in. I don't like that feed. Let me see what else we can find. All right, hold on. There we go. All right, let's do that. See what's over here. All right, they're still offline there. All right, we'll just stay here. All right. Narcoleptic, good to see you. Good morning to you. Irene, hello. All right, here we go. We got Dima coming in. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Breaky this morning is Vegemite and cheese on toast. Nice. Dee Dee, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Iowa Backyard, TGIF, yes. Thank you for joining us. All right. All right. And don't forget, we are dual streaming today. So I'm going to start the feed in 15 minutes for Devin Michaels, but it's going to be Wednesday and Thursday we're going to watch today. Hello, Irene. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Just pull this over here. Hello, William. Thank you for joining us. Iowa Backyard saying happy birthday to everybody. Deviant, you turned 135, 111. As today your 111th birthday. Lazy Boys, good to see you. All right, let's get some audio and we'll be good to go here, Judge.
Ready to proceed? Yes,
okay,
sir.
Here we go.
All right, we have everybody present. This is Peter from IT. He's going to explain to the jurors the jury card. And then Carl, once he's done, can we have someone take Peter into the jury room to drop the card off and then take him back out and lock the door afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do that. While somebody's taking Peter into the jury room, I'm going to go ahead and start the jury instructions with the jurors, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. This is Peter. He works in the building here with our IT department. He's going to explain what we affectionately call the jury card. Peter?
This jury card, we'll put it in the jury deliberation room for you, should you need to review any of the evidence you've seen before. It's set up so that it does not have any network connectivity, but it does have applications which you can use to play video evidence on it. There's a CD player mounted in here for you to access, and a DVD player up here should you need it. When you see it in there, it'll boot up the screen showing the seal of the 12th circuit here. The applications are listed down here. You'll have a mouse and a keyboard should you need to advance or rewind video and that sort of thing. If you run into any technical issues with it, Judge Krug will let you know how to reach out to us, and we'll be down to assist you.
Where's the mouse? There it is. Okay, and the keyboard?
Right here.
Right there. Okay, I couldn't see it. Okay. All right, Deputy, if you can please take Peter, and we'll have that plugged in the jury room.
One second. Turn it up.
It's not okay just to unplug it right away?
Rather not.
Folks, what's going to be next for us is I'm going to read to you the jury instructions. That was that white packet you have in front of you. So you can go ahead and turn to that. As soon as we get Peter out, we'll start with those. Give me 1 minute. All right. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Statement of charges. Dima Tower, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of count 1, murder in the first degree.
Rather not.
Dima Tower, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of count 1, murder in the first degree, victim Jennifer Tower. Count 2, murder in the first degree, victim Robbie Tower. Count 3, fleeing to elude a law enforcement officer, lights and sirens activated. In this case, Dima Tower is accused of 2 counts of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, both of which are unlawful. A killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Jennifer Tower was killed by Dima Tower, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, or was murder in the second degree, or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. If you find Robbie Tower was killed by Dima Tower, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, or was murder in the second degree, or was manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Dima Tower may be found guilty of murder in the first degree of victims Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower, or any lesser included crime. Count 1, murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Jennifer Tower. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2, murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was a premeditated killing of Robbie Tower. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 3, fleeing to elude a law enforcement with siren and lights activated. To prove the crime of fleeing to elude a law enforcement officer, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Dima Tower was operating a vehicle upon a street or highway in Florida. And 2, Dima Tower, knowing he had been directed to stop by a duly authorized law enforcement officer, willfully fled in a vehicle in an attempt to elude a law enforcement officer. And 3, the law enforcement officer was in an authorized law enforcement patrol vehicle with agency insignia and other jurisdictional markings prominently displayed on the vehicle and with siren and lights activated. Street or highway means the entire width between boundary lines of every way or place of whatever nature, when any part thereof is open to the public for purposes of vehicular traffic. Vehicle means every device in, upon, or by which any person or property is or may be transported or drawn upon a highway, except personal delivery devices, mobile carriers, and devices used exclusively upon stationary rails or tracks. Willfully means intentionally, knowingly, and purposely. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of murder in the first degree are murder in the second degree, manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was an unlawful killing of Jennifer Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily harm to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Jennifer Tower is dead. And 2, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jennifer Tower. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. You'll see I'm now moving on to those same lesser includeds for count 2. To prove the crime of second-degree murder as a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower. And 3, there was an unlawful killing of Robbie Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, a lesser crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Robbie Tower is dead. And 2, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Robbie Tower. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a mere negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused the death. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crimes with which the defendant is charged were committed, and that the defendant is the person who committed the crimes. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted, as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you would apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or testimony of any witness. Statements claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court have been placed before you. Such statements should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain they were freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statement was freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statements he had been threatened in order to get him to make statements, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make the statements. If you conclude the defendant made the out-of-court statements, but it was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the charging document, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the charging document or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. Only one verdict may be returned as to each of the crimes charged. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary form of verdict has been prepared for you. It reads as follows. You don't have the verdict form. We only have one. I have it here, and I know we're a bit distant, so you can't see it, but it's when you get it, you'll see it's titled State of Florida v. Dima Tower, and as a case number, it's titled Verdict. It gives you instructions to check one as to count one, check only one, it says, as to count 1, 2, and 3, and a place for it to be dated and signed by the foreperson. Emily, I'll give that to you. This last jury instruction in your packet, you can put that aside. I'm going to read that to you after the closing arguments. Members of the jury, the attorneys will now present their final arguments to you. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not the evidence nor your instructions on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments as they are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have an equal time, but the state is entitled to divide their time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
You may do so when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Back on Monday, which probably seems like an eternity to you by now, the judge talked about the two things that the state has to do in its case. It has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime or crimes were committed in the murders of Robbie and Jennifer Tower and the fleeing to elude. and that the defendant who sits here in the courtroom before you, Dima Tower, is the person who committed those crimes. I think that those things have been proven to you fully during this trial. The only thing that we should talk about today, and that's important for you to focus on, is the defendant's intention. Because in opening statements, defense counsel told you that he was going to argue for a lesser included crime, a crime of manslaughter. So let's think about the instructions that you have in front of you and what they say and why this is not manslaughter and it's not second-degree murder, and it completely and fully meets all the elements of first-degree premeditated murder. Your Honor, I'm having a problem, and I don't know why this isn't working correctly.
All right, let's take a short break. We'll bring IT to try to solve that, okay? Please leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service, okay? Emily, can you call IT to come down?
How did you do that?
Emily?
Work now? Okay, sorry, Your Honor.
You ready? Okay. Can you radio Carl that we're ready to bring the jurors back in when they are? All right, everybody may be seated.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've probably worn out that carpet by now, going back and forth. but let's continue where I left off. So what we have to focus on are the instructions for law and the evidence in this case. And you have those instructions in front of you, but I have the elements of first-degree murder up on the screen. So to prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the charge that the state has laid against the defendant, actually 2 counts, but I incorporated both Jennifer and Robbie Tower into this instruction. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state has to prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. There's no question about that. It's uncontested. Their deaths were caused by the criminal acts of Dima Tower. Again, uncontested. Not only do we have all the physical evidence in this case, the knives, the fact that the defendant was covered in blood, the fact that he fled, but we also have his own words. He told the detectives who interviewed him that he killed his parents. So we know that their deaths were caused by Dima Tower, and obviously they were criminal acts because he stabbed them to death. That's a crime. Finally, there was a premeditated killing of Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower. And how do we know that? We know that because the defendant told us so himself, over and over and over. Yesterday afternoon, on the stand, he told you that himself. Repeatedly to the detectives, and then again, right here in the courtroom where you're sitting today. So let's talk a little bit about premeditation and the definition. Now, back on Monday, I was asking you a lot of questions about what factors should you think about when we're talking about premeditation, and you probably thought, what is this woman talking about? Because you didn't have the facts. You didn't know what went on in this particular case. And I was asking you questions about what would a person do before committing a premeditated act if you didn't know what was going on in their mind, but you had to look at their actions and determine what was premeditation. We talked about what would a person do while the crime was being committed that would signal premeditation. And we talked about what would a person do after the crime was committed to signal premeditation. And let's think about what we learned in the last 3 days. What did the defendant do before he committed this crime? He chose his weapon from the knife block in the kitchen, and he took it into the bedroom. He armed himself before the encounter with his parents. All of that leaves plenty of time for reflection, for reflective thought. And we also talked about if there are prior difficulties between the parties, does that lend itself to thinking about premeditation? If someone is already angry, and as the defendant said, boiling with rage, does that lend itself to premeditation? Is that one of the factors you should consider? And I would suggest that it is. And then what did the defendant do at the time he was committing the crime, when he was stabbing his parents by a conservative estimate 140 times? We talked about, do the nature of the wounds that are being inflicted, do they show that the defendant had a conscious intent to kill? Well, we know the kind of wounds that he inflicted on the tracheas of both parents and on the multiple stab wounds, especially to the face, the head, the back of the neck, especially the throat, the carotid arteries, and the jugular veins, the most vulnerable, tender part of any human being. We also talked about, is it important to consider the number of wounds inflicted? And we know that there were, again, over 140 wounds, 79 to Robbie and, 79 to Jennifer and more than 68 to Robbie. What else at the time that the crime is being committed signals that this was premeditated? What about the fact that when he lost the first knife, he went back into the kitchen and got himself another knife so that he could, as he said, finish what he started? Because he started it deliberately and consciously. He wanted to finish that job. And so he armed himself with another weapon. What else did he do during the crime that shows premeditation? After he killed his father, he walked outdoors, and yesterday he told us that he had the knife in his hand when he went outside. And he led his mother back into the death scene and sat her on the couch and in his own words delivered a manifesto. He said it was a monologue. And all the time she's sitting there and he is planning to kill her. There is no other way to think about it. What else did we talk about during jury selection? We talked about what might signal premeditation after the crime is committed. We know that the defendant washed the second knife and placed it back in the knife block because it was collected as evidence, and we can actually see the little bit of blood in a close-up photo. It was also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Ms. Webster told you that there was presumptive blood on both weapons. After he took the knife and placed it back in the knife block after he gave it a cursory wash, he fled from the police. You saw 30 long minutes. It was probably boring, but I thought it was important to impress upon you just how long it took for the police to apprehend the defendant. How long he consciously fled from the police and showed a consciousness of guilt because he knew what he did was wrong. And we know that finally, when he was apprehended, he gave a full admission to consciously deciding to kill. That's premeditation all day long. So let's look at the instructions. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law doesn't fix the exact period of time that must pass between forming the premeditated intent to kill and the actual killing. But the period of time has to be long enough to allow reflection, long enough for the mind to come up with the idea, the plan, the decision, whatever you want to call it. Long enough to allow reflection by the defendant, and it has to be formed before the killing actually takes place. The question of premeditation is a question for you. It's a question that you have to answer based upon what you heard these last 3 days in the courtroom and the evidence that you've seen. And only you can decide if this was a premeditated act. It's sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused during the killing convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Well, let's talk about why this is not manslaughter and why this is certainly not second-degree murder. Let's start with second-degree murder because that's the first of the lesser included. That comes right after first-degree murder and is then followed by manslaughter. And if you want to follow along with me with the jury instructions, you have them before you. If not, you can just listen to what I have to say. Second-degree murder has to be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, and it has to prove the three following elements. Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. Yes, we know that. The death was caused by the criminal act of Dima Tower, their adopted child. There was an unlawful killing of Jennifer and Robbie Tower by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Is that what happened? Of course it is. It goes on to say that an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous, it goes on to define, to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. 2, the act is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And 3, the act or actions are of such a nature that they indicate an indifference to human life. All of those are true. That's exactly what Dima Tower did. But in order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. That is what's missing from second-degree murder. Dima Tower had every intent to cause the death of both Robbie and Jennifer Tower. He told you so himself. Why isn't this manslaughter? To prove the crime of manslaughter, the jury instructions tell you, the state has to prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, Jennifer and Robbie Tower are dead. And second, Dima Tower intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Jennifer Tower and Robbie Tower. What's missing? Premeditation. The jury instruction goes on to say that in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, excusable, or which caused death. But we know from the defendant's own mouth that he had every intention to cause death. He told us so over and over and over again. So the lesser includeds are statutorily mandated to accompany the jury instructions on first-degree murder. But they do not rise, they don't even come close to describing or meeting the elements of what Dima Tower did to his parents on August 31st, 2023, when he sat in that car and thought about killing them, walked into his house, went into his bedroom, came out, grabbed the knife out of the kitchen, and walked into the bedroom and started stabbing his father. Because this is a clear-cut case of first-degree murder. So he talked to detectives on September 1st of 2023, and Detective St. Jean and Detective Chippendale asked him a number of questions think about last night? I don't like the situation. I don't like the people I'm with. So I'm just gonna kill them. That's what he thought about before he killed his parents. That was his plan. You don't need a diagram, you don't need a journal with your thoughts written down, you don't need a flow chart, you don't need a bullet point list to premeditate the killing of your parents. All it takes is long enough time to reflect, to engage in reflective thought. And that's exactly what he did. I don't like the situation, I don't like the people I'm with, so I'm just gonna kill him. Did you guys talk at all and hear, I think Detective Chippendale is referring to what happened when the defendant brought his mom back in from outside when she was trying to alert the neighbor and try to get some help. So the detectives asked, did you guys talk at all? Yeah, the defendant responded. I tried to talk to her. How did that conversation go? It was a monologue. So did you stab her already at that point? After I finished what I had to say. He's giving a monologue, talking to his mother in the house. Plenty of time for reflective thought. Again, during that interview that you watched, and I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to watch it again. You'll have an opportunity to take the evidence, most of the evidence back with you, and you can listen to that videotaped and audio tape recording. It's available for you. So last night, you're sitting in your car, and you just came up with this, that you're going to do something now. Defendant said, no, it came before that. Detective says, after work? No, it was before that. I had those thoughts before yesterday. What, days, months? No, like recently. Reflective thought. Later on in the conversation, the detectives ask, was last night the first time you actually thought about killing your parents? No. And yesterday, the last question that I asked, when you were sitting in your car on August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked into the house? Yes.
What is the location of the emergency?
Listen, it's not such an emergency anymore right now, but we live at 1200 Northport Road in Northport. And I was trying to reach Northport Police, and it keeps sending me back to this.
Okay, should we get a police issue going on?
No, I was upstairs in bed, and my daughter was sleeping downstairs, and someone screamed and banged on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, I need help, I need help. It took me a second to register what was going on, and we were trying to find, our gun upstairs before we opened the door, and the person's gone.
Okay, I'll put you actually on the Northport so they can check the area. Let me connect you, please.
Okay, thank you.
911, what is the
And this is what law enforcement found when they got to Jonna Walton's house. A blood trail leading up to her home, and at her door, more blood dripping while she rang the doorbell and screamed for help. And as she was out there, the defendant wanted to finish what he started, so he led her back in the house. And then, after he finished what he started, he came outside, covered, according to Officer Ragakis, with blood. And he just nonchalantly got in his car and drove away. covered with his parents' blood. He led the police on a chase for about a half an hour, even at one point endangering other people in the community by going into the northbound lane. And finally, when Sarasota County disabled his car, with stop sticks, he ran into the woods. And we had Officer Rigakis get on the stand and show you, trace out for you, the flight path of the defendant from way down in the southeastern corner of the Northport city environs, all the way to I-75, south on I-75, and then he backtracked and drove all the way up to almost the very end of what this map shows in the upper left-hand corner, where he abandoned his car and fled into the woods. And this is what the crime scene and the detectives found at 1240 Mallicote Road. This is the carnage that they found inside the house. Blood everywhere, on the door, in the foyer, on the furniture, on the walls, on Dima Tower's parents. And where this crime started, in the bedroom where Mr. Tower was sound asleep next to his wife when the defendant attacked them while they were sleeping in their bed. And you can see the signs of struggle. Looks like Robbie Tower put up quite a fight as best as he could. You can see that there was a brief altercation over on that north wall, and again on the wall leading into the living room. Blood everywhere, but the defendant was determined to finish what he started. Even when he lost the first knife, he was determined to finish what he started. So he goes into the kitchen and grabs another knife, and then washes up afterwards. And this is a work product of Dima Tower. This is what he did to his father and to his mother, because he didn't like them as people. You also heard testimony that the defendant was finally seen early the following morning after he had been at large for about 9 hours. He was captured on video at the Shell station around about 7:30 in the morning. He actually was blasé enough to walk into the Shell station and buy a bottle of tea. And finally, he was arrested shortly thereafter, around about 8 o'clock, when the Venice Police Department apprehended him, still at the Shell station. And this is what the defendant did to his mother. And I have not put up all the autopsy photos. I think you've seen enough autopsy photos and bloodshed, but This is what he did to his mother after he led her back in the house. Stabbed her multiple times in the face, the throat, and the back. And his father, mutilated to the point where Dr. Vega was able to count 6 separate and distinct perforations, incisions, whatever you want to call them, into Robbie Tower's trachea, his larynx. And you heard the testimony of Dr. Vega yesterday, who told you that the cause of death for Jennifer Tower was perforations of multiple small and large blood vessels, including her carotid artery and jugular vein. Same with Robbie Tower, perforations of multiple small and large vessels, including the carotid and subclavian arteries, due to multiple stab wounds. And Dr. Vega told you about the function of the carotid arteries and the jugular veins, how those are the major vessels that take the blood to the head and back down to the body. And that's where the defendant attacked his parents, in the most vulnerable, fragile places in the human body. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to think about the jury instructions and what you heard on Monday about sympathy. You saw the defendant sobbing here in the courtroom. We had to actually take a break. I think it was on Wednesday during the defense's opening statement. And then again yesterday when the defendant took the stand. He put on quite a display of emotion.
Overruled. Let's move on from this, okay?
He put on quite a display of emotion. Hold him accountable for what he did. You may not have sympathy enter into your deliberations. Your job is to look at the evidence and see if the evidence comports with the law of first-degree murder. You may not have any sympathy for Robbie or Jennifer Tower or the defendant. And that's hard to ask human beings. And you may even have sympathy for all 3 of those people. But they cannot influence your decision. That cannot influence your decision. You have to compartmentalize that sympathy if you have any. Because the law says that you must judge the defendant on the evidence and the law. Hold him accountable for what he did, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Vince, when you're ready.
Like we talked about at the beginning of this case, Mr. Tower's words still hold truth. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through and everything that I've seen. And you've heard a lot of evidence in this case, and frankly, a lot of it was not disputed. The facts and circumstances of the tragic events of August the 31st of 2023 are not materially in dispute. Robbie Tower is deceased. Jennifer Tower is deceased. Those things occurred because of acts by Dima Tower. That is not in dispute. What is in dispute is whether or not Dima Tower had the rational, conscious intent to commit the homicides prior to them occurring. That is what is in dispute in this case, and that is what we have been asking you to focus on and not get sidetracked into different areas. The judge has instructed you that you have to presume Mr. Tower to be innocent before you start. We kind of dialed that back a little bit and said, look, before we even start this trial, I want to make sure that we're clear about what we're asking of you. And what we're asking of you is to make a decision about one simple thing. And it may not seem that simple, and it may seem very complicated to get inside the head of somebody else. And it is. It's complicated. The state has the burden of proving these crimes beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. I know the state will say that most of what we've been talking about is trying to invoke sympathy for Mr. Tower. That is not the case. It is important, if you're making a decision about somebody's state of mind, that you are exposed to them so that you can make an informed decision. There's a lot of talk in the jury instructions about people of ordinary judgment making decisions. And what the judge has instructed you is that it's up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding what is the best evidence and which evidence should be relied on in considering your verdict. We talked during jury selection about the fact that you don't leave your personal life experiences at the door. You bring those in because they form your common sense. And you can make the determination as to whether or not it's significant that Mr. Tower couldn't look me in the eye, couldn't look the state attorney in the eye, couldn't look the detectives in the eye at any point in time. That is something that is common for certain people. And when we're talking about individualized consciousness of guilt, every individual reflects differently. Every individual thinks differently. So if we're talking about the fixed time for reflective thought, it's important to consider all of the factors as to whether or not Mr. Tower had sufficient time for him to make reflective thought. Given his history, whether or not the killing was done after consciously deciding to do it. I would submit that Mr. Tower doesn't have the ability.
I'm going to object to this, and may we approach?
No, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
And disregard the last statement by defense counsel.
The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. And the judge instructs you, again, use your common sense. Think about what evidence is reliable and what evidence isn't reliable. As Mr. Tower indicated, when there was discussions with law enforcement, he was concerned that there were misstatements, misunderstandings, which would be something you would understand from somebody who was in foster care in a foreign country, who didn't know the language before he got here, who learned the language himself, small talk, who was obviously awkward and uncomfortable. You can make a determination as far as all of those things, as to what weight you put on each piece of evidence and what weight you assign. Because like we talked about from the beginning, each of you individually has a verdict. And collectively, as a jury, you make a decision. But it is important for each and every one of you to have your voices heard. It's important that you take time to deliberate and make a determination as far as what culpability Mr. Tower has. I would suggest to you that the evidence presented leads to a manslaughter conviction. And we would ask that you come back with that verdict. Thank you.
State rebuttal when you're ready.
Thank you.
Defense counsel argued that defendant told you yesterday, and he did, that this has a lot to do with everything I've been through and everything I've seen. You've heard no evidence, zero evidence of the defendant and what he saw and what he's been through. You are not.
Burden shifting?
I'll overrule the objection. I'll just remind everybody, there's no obligation or burden on the defense to do anything. You may continue.
The defense has no burden. But when you hear arguments that defy logic, you can reject the arguments by the defense. The defendant doesn't have to prove anything in this case, but he did. He proved everything in this case when he took that stand yesterday, and he said, I was sitting in the car thinking about it before I went into the house. I thought about killing my parents before I went into the house. So again, does the defense have to prove anything? No. Is it my burden? Yes. And I urge you to hold the state to its burden. But you have heard no evidence, absolutely no evidence, about what the defendant has seen and what the defendant has been through. And that is not burden shifting. That is simply a fact. The defendant described this as rage, but not rage that developed suddenly from a sudden event, some altercation with his parents, something that would make an ordinary, reasonable person lose self-control. This wasn't something sudden that happened that made Dima Tower lose his normal self-control and go in there and stab his parents. As I said earlier, his parents were fast asleep in their bed. They posed absolutely no danger to him. they did nothing to upset him or provoke his rage that night. I don't know where his rage was fostered, and neither do you. But he had rage for his parents when he was sitting out in that car, and he acted on that rage. This was not manslaughter. This was not a crime of passion. He sat out in his car and thought about it. And again, you're going to hear instructions about speculation. They're in your jury instructions. On Monday night, you took an oath to well and truly try this case based on the law and based on the facts, not on speculation. In fact, the jury instructions forbid you to speculate about the defendant's past or what he's seen or what he went through when his mother died. That's pure speculation, and you may not do that. Do not let yourself be persuaded because the defendant tried to, and was prevented, correctly so, from talking about his past, because that is not why we're here. We're here because the defendant killed his parents. The law doesn't change for people to fit their situations. Whether you're an executive of Coca-Cola or whether you're a kid from a bad neighborhood, whether you graduated from Northport High School or you graduated from Harvard, the law is the same for every single person. And what he went through when he was a kid has nothing to do with this crime that he committed. Don't be persuaded that because the defendant had a horrible childhood and he ended up in an orphanage, that he's somehow justified in doing what he did. Those photographs say everything. There is no justification for that. I'm asking you to think about the facts and think about the law, and only that, because there is no room for sympathy or speculation in your job. I'm asking you to hold the defendant accountable for what he did. I'm asking you to find him guilty of killing Robbie Tower and Jennifer Tower after premeditation. I'm asking you to hold him guilty of first-degree murder on both counts, and also for fleeing to elude law enforcement officer with lights and siren. I thank you for your patience and your attention.
And that concludes the closing arguments. Folks, as you might know, I think we talked about this at jury selection. We chose to have two alternates because we were going for the whole week. If someone got sick, we would have had them fill in. Do you folks remember your numbers from day one? Do you remember you had a paddle in your hand? I'm going to try to see if we can identify our alternates by number. They were number 45, initials SM, is that right? Okay. And juror number 50, JP. Where are you? Do you folks have any personal belongings back in the jury room? Yes? While I'm going over this last instruction, why don't you go with Carl, the bailiff, and gather your personal belongings. When you're done, Carl, give me about maybe a minute or two. We'll bring you back in. You can just come over to the side. You've spent a whole week with these folks. You can say bye to them as they're walking out in transition. I'm going to speak to you just for a bit before I send you folks home, okay, the alternates, okay? Everybody can remain seated while the alternates head out with Carl. For the rest of you, you all comprise our jury, so you can turn to that last jury instruction in your packet. I'm going to read that to you. In just a moment, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until that juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about the case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in the case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, or laptops, or other electronic devices in the jury room. The rules do not allow you to keep those or bring those into the jury room. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices with the bailiff. These devices will be safeguarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. I think what Carl will do is he'll put a cart outside your jury room. If you want to make a call to a loved one, let them know you're well. Turn your phone to silent or off. That includes Apple Watches, electronic watches, iPads, any electronics. If you can turn those to off or silent, just put them on the cart outside the jury room, okay? If you need to communicate with me for any reason, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys here in court before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. A, some of these exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. And B, if you wish to see any of these other exhibits, please request that in writing. Both apply in this case. What we decided is we're not going to send any of the knives back to you in the jury room. There was a butcher block, you may recall, with some knives and then 2 other knives. You're entitled to see those if you wish. So that would be a note by a foreperson signed saying would like to see the knives, for example. What we'd do in that case, I'd talk about it with the attorneys. We could either have a bailiff just bring them into the jury room, have you have access to those for a few minutes and then collect them, or we can bring you back into the courtroom and have a bailiff walk in front of you with those as well, okay? But other than the knives, all other evidence will go back with you. Again, you have the jury cart back there if you want to view or watch any evidence that's in the form of electronics. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the laws spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules that we all share. All right, folks, at this time, if you can take your writing implement, your notepads, and your jury instructions, and head on out with Carl, okay? To my alternates, go ahead and just move a little bit so the other jurors can go by. We'll be at recess until we have a question or verdict. Please leave your cell phone with the clerk. Please stay within 15 or so minutes so that we can all get back into the courtroom. Folks in the audience, we're not going to individually, of course, call any of you. If you want to be present, leave your number with the attorneys, and they'll assist you in letting you know when we're back in court. Okay? All right. We'll be adjourned until we have a question or verdict. Folks, thank you. You don't need to tell me if you're upset or happy, but I don't understand why.
All right, so here we go. How long will it take the jury to deliberate? All right, I'm going to go, hold on. Let me find another feed. All right, so we heard jury instructions, we heard state's closing. Their initial closing was about a half an hour, it was like 29 minutes or so. Defense closing was only 8 minutes. Rebuttal was about 8 minutes as well. All right. All right, you guys. We have a poll going. What do you think the verdict will be? In the meantime, we have day 5 going on of Devin Michaels. If you want to join us there, I'll let you know when a verdict is in. But for now, we're in verdict watch. So let me see. Is there anything that we could play? Let's see. Anything? I guess I could play day 1 again. Do you guys want to watch day 1 again? That was the neighbor, the officer, shell gas manager. What do you guys think? Do you want to watch? Want to watch Dima's testimony again? All right, let's watch Dima's testimony. That sounds good. All right. Let's watch Dima's testimony. Hold on a sec. We can watch his testimony again while they deliberate.
These jurors about his
All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to play his testimony again.
Changes now, removing defendant not testifying and including that paragraph defendant becoming a witness. All right, let's practice, Mr. Tower. Practice getting up once you fix the chair.
One down there.
All right, does that work? All right, practice getting up without making noise with your feet. Okay.
So right now, when you start talking, just pull it closer to you.
Okay. You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes,
All right,
Your
let's
Honor.
bring the jurors in. So, Ms. Frabel, you're going to rest on the record. I'll turn to Mr. Gilman, and you can call your client, Mr. Tower, as a witness. Let's bring the jurors in. All right, the state has rested their case in chief, so I'll turn to the defense. Mr. Gilman.
Defense calls Dima Tower.
All right, Mr. Tower, can you please stand and face the clerk? Madam Clerk, can you swear in the witness?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
You may be seated. Mr. Gilman, when you're ready.
Can you just move up a little closer and make sure you're talking in the microphone there, okay? Can you please tell us your name?
Dima James Tower.
And Mr. Tower, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. And where, I noticed you have an accent. Where were you born?
I was born in Ukraine,
What part of Ukraine?
in far east part, Luhansk. That is borders with Russia.
And when did you come to live in the United States?
I came in, believe I came in 2015.
So you were living in Ukraine in February of 2014 when there was an incursion into Crimea? I use a lot of big words there. I'm sorry. Were you living in Ukraine in February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living when you were in Ukraine before you came to the United States? Where were you living? Like what type of house?
Before the orphanage?
No, I was talking about the orphanage. Tell me about that. What type of place was that?
Should I talk about my life before the orphanage, or?
We will, sure. How did you end up getting to an orphanage?
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow brief background, very, very brief, so let's not spend too much time. Okay?
Sure. And Your Honor, actually, if we could approach briefly.
You may.
So how old were you when your mother passed away?
Well, my mother passed away. You know, I would like to talk about, before I would start about talking about my life before my mother passed away.
I understand that.
You know,
The issue that is that I'm hoping that you can respond to the questions.
Yeah, I can respond to the questions,
Sure.
but
Okay, so your mother, how old were you when your mother passed away?
I'm somewhere between 6, 7, or 8.
Okay,
I was thinking about this somewhere between those years.
Okay.
I mean, if maybe I can give a little bit of my personal background or something.
Mr. Tower, the way it's going to work the same with all witnesses. You need to listen to the question and then answer only the question that's been asked of you, okay?
Well, it's important that.
It may be important, but you need to follow the rules in a courtroom, okay? Please ask your next question.
Sure. Were you just living only with your mom when she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
And then who did you go to live with after that?
I went to live with my brother.
Okay. How long did that last for?
Maybe a couple months, so.
Okay. And then where did you go?
I went to my uncle's house.
Okay. How long did that last for?
A couple months.
And you eventually end up in the foster care system in Ukraine, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, I was in 2 orphanage for foster care, orphanages, whatever they call that. The first one I was in before the war, and then
Objection,
I was.
Overruled. I think he's trying to give a time frame of when he was in the orphanage. You can answer the question.
I was in the first orphanage in that same region I was born in, the same side of Ukraine. And then when the war started, we were moved to another part of Ukraine, which is somewhere close to the sea.
And was it around that time that you met the Towers, that they came over to meet you?
Yes, I met them at I believe it was end of summer of 2013. I met him. Well, I actually met him over here after I was sent to visit for a month in the States. I flew in and met him at the airport.
Was that the first time that you had met them?
It was for the first time, yes.
Okay. And how long after that do you come to this country?
Well, I also came for the second visit. That summer of 2014, I came for the second visit to meet the rest of the family.
And then you come to live permanently when? In 2015?
Well, I was adopted right before the 2015. I was adopted that winter, and I came to live here in 2015. Yes.
Okay. Did you go to school here in Sarasota County?
The questions that you're asking me are very complicated, and cannot be simply answered. But I'm forced to simply answer the questions, which cannot, for no right reason, can be answered simply. These are not simple questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, I object to the editorializing by this witness. Other witnesses are not allowed to have this kind of conversation with counsel.
Let's try not to have speaking objections, Counselor. I'll sustain the objection as non-responsive. Please move on, Mr. Gilman.
Do you remember talking to law enforcement in this case and telling them that you went to Northport High School for a little while?
Yeah, I went to, right after I was adopted, I went to the school in Northport, Woodland Middle School. And then after I did a half a year in that, I enrolled in Northport High School.
Okay.
Which I dropped out of in 10th grade.
Okay. And did you know any English before you came to the United States?
No.
How did you learn English?
By conversating here and there, small talk.
All right. And how long did you live with the Towers prior to, either graduating high school or moving out?
Again, this is a complicated question, and
Objection to narrative.
the answer, it can be very long because I moved in, I moved out.
Objection to narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as non-responsive.
Okay. You said you dropped out after 10th grade. Did you move out after that?
No, I stayed, but I didn't really move out on my own. It's just too many family issues.
Okay. And you were not living with them. When did you move back in with them prior to August the 31st of 2023?
I don't understand the question.
So in August of 2023, which is the incident that we're talking about, how long prior to that were you back living with the house? Because I know you had just moved back there, correct?
Well, yeah, I assumed that
Do you need a moment, Mr. Tower?
Remember the jurors, let's take a break. Just leave your notepads face down, writing implements on top. Please don't discuss anything related to your jury. Everybody stand, jurors exiting. All right, Mr. Gibbon, why don't you spend a moment with your client? We can't tolerate this kind of behavior here in the courtroom. I've already spoken to your client about it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Let's let the defense have an opportunity to talk to the defendant to see if he can go forward on the stand. Are you okay and able to continue?
yes,
Okay. You understand why we took the break, right? I can't have that kind of show of emotion in front of the jury and that applies to you and every other witness. You might recall I even said that about the folks in the audience. Do you recall that, Mr. Tower?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to move forward in that
I am.
position? Okay. Also, Mr. Tower, the way a jury trial works is the attorneys, their job is to ask questions, and your role as a witness is to answer the questions that are asked of you. You understand?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Gilman, anything we have to discuss before we move forward?
No, Your Honor.
You had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Tower about
I
the
did.
procedure and how we'll move forward?
I did.
All right. Anything else to discuss with the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury back in, please.
rise, jury veteran.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. All right, Mr. Gilman, when you're ready, please continue.
All right. And Mr. Tower, I want to focus you on when you sat down and talked with the police down there in Venice. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Was that the first time that you had ever had that kind of encounter with police?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
Objection.
Awkward. Made me feel awkward.
Hold on.
Hold on, one moment. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. Why would you say it makes you feel awkward?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking because I had many miscommunication and or not enough communication or misunderstanding with my adopted parents. So I grew up into not knowing how to talk.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. It was completing the answer. You may continue, Mr. Gilman.
So when you were talking with the police, did you understand everything that they were asking you?
I did.
Did you feel like you answered appropriately given that you were uncomfortable?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking with them about multiple times having thoughts of killing your parents?
Yeah, I only had those thoughts a couple times.
Okay. Did you ever have a plan in place to make that happen?
No, I did not.
I don't think I have anything further, Judge.
State cross-examination when you're ready.
Are you going to look me in the eye, Mr. Tower? Guess not. So you said you didn't think about killing your parents.
I did not plan on it.
Mr. Tower,
It was not premeditated.
Mr. Tower, when I ask you a question, you can answer, but not until then. You pulled out a sharp knife and you walked into your parents' bedroom, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What were you thinking about between the time you took that sharp knife, walked into your parents' bedroom, and started to stab your father in the dark?
I wasn't thinking anything.
You weren't thinking anything.
What is there to think?
I don't know. Your parents were sound asleep, weren't they?
I don't know.
Was your father awake when you started to stab him?
It was pitch black.
You picked up a knife from the kitchen and you cowardly went into your...
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Were your parents awake?
I don't know if they were awake. I already answered it.
Sustained.
She asked me a second time.
What did you say?
You asked me a second time the same question.
What did your father say after you stabbed him?
What the hell are you doing?
And then what happened? Did you stab him again?
Yes.
Okay, what were you thinking about between the first stab and the second stab?
There's nothing to think.
Nothing to think.
What am I supposed to think then?
Listen to me. You don't, there was nothing to think. That's your answer. All right. So you're telling me that as a human being, you walked into your father's bedroom with your mother sleeping next to him. The parents that brought you over here.
Objection, argumentative, compound question.
These people were not my parents.
Hold on. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's a bit compoundish, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue with your question.
Thank you. The parents that brought you over here to this country, and you weren't thinking anything.
These people were not my parents. There's a lot went on that changed our relationship.
That's not my question. My question is, are you telling this jury that you won't even look in the eye that the people who brought you over here and gave you a home, that you were stabbing them and you didn't think anything of it? Is that what you're saying?
The answer's too complicated for you.
No, it's not a complicated answer. It's a yes or it's a no.
It's not. It's a complicated answer.
However, you told the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere, didn't you?
When I was talking to detectives, I was not in my completely right state of mind.
Mr. Tower, did you tell the detectives that you were a nobody from nowhere?
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I said I was not in my right state of mind when I was talking to detectives. It just went on a lot, you
Let
know.
the jury recall what they heard.
Objection, argumentative.
I was under the influence of alcohol also.
I'll sustain that it's unresponsive. He's not answering your question.
Your parents,
They were not my parents, unfortunately.
Sir, you cannot interrupt the attorney. Wait for them to finish their question, and then you can answer the question asked of you, okay? Please ask your question.
Mr. Tower, the people that brought you over here, they gave you an opportunity to be a somebody from somewhere, didn't they?
It depends on their parenting.
What?
It depends on their parenting, how you raise your children.
Depends on the what?
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No,
Have you ever been a mother of children?
After you stabbed your father to death, you walked outside with a knife in your hand because Jennifer was outdoors, wasn't she?
I was temporarily insane.
Sir, can you please sit back from the microphone? It's difficult to hear you. Thank you.
All right. When you walked out of the house after you killed your father, did you carry the knife with you to lead Jennifer back in?
I did.
You did or did not? I can't understand.
I said I did.
You did. You took the knife with you to go out and find the person that adopted you.
Yes, I was temporarily insane, as I said.
Temporarily insane.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you strike that last response. There is no insanity defense. There is no evidence presented in this trial to insanity. So I will order that you not receive that answer. It's irrelevant, not permissible during this trial. Okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Were you thinking about killing your mother when you went outside with the knife and led her back in?
What do you mean by thinking?
Did your parents buy you a car?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
What does has to do with this?
Did your parents buy you a car? Answer my question.
Well, I know where your question is. I know.
Answer
I don't
my
understand.
question,
I don't
Mr.
understand your
Tower.
question. I don't understand it.
Did your parents buy you a car?
I don't understand this question.
Did your parents get you a bank card?
Yes, and I don't understand it. What's the point of this question?
Did your parents get you a bank card?
So?
Did you have a TV in your room?
No. What's the point of these questions?
You told the detectives that you were thinking about killing your parents for the last several days. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Were you in the courtroom when your recording was played? Mr. Tower,
I was.
were you listening?
I was listening.
And did you hear that you were telling the detectives that you were thinking about that for more than a day?
Again.
You don't remember that part?
Again. I did not know what I was saying. Also, I only taught this a couple of times. This was not a constant thought in my head.
Okay, so you thought about it at least a couple times before you did it?
No, I taught it one time, and the second time I taught it, I did it. There was no thinking about it.
You thought about it the first time, and then you put it off. Then you thought about it the second time, and then you went and did it? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So when you thought about it the first time, where were you?
Probably in the car somewhere.
Where in the car? Parked in front of your house?
Possibly. Very possibly.
Very possibly.
Well, I don't remember. You asking me a question that happened a long time ago. I don't remember.
Okay. Why did you ask your mother to go back inside the house?
Brought her off the street. I don't know.
Because you wanted to kill her, didn't you? Did you hear the doctor talk about how many times you stabbed your mother, Jennifer Towers, the person that you say is not your mother? How many times did you stab her?
You're talking to someone who has no understanding.
You don't understand that question?
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
How many times did you stab your mother?
I didn't know.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once. I don't know how many times.
More than twice?
You've seen it how many times? So we were all in here. You've seen it.
Because these members of the jury have a right to hear what you have to say.
Objection, Your Honor.
They don't hear what I say because I'm not allowed to say
Let's
it.
not have an argument between you and the witness, okay? Let's ask your next question, please.
These jurors are not allowed to what I have to say.
Hold on. Mr. Tower, you need to wait until the question is finished and then answer the question that's asked of you, okay? Please ask your next question.
Thank you. You told the detectives that you stabbed your mother to death, but not until you finished what you had to say to her. What did you have to say to her that night?
There was a lot went on between the three of us.
What did you say to your mother before you stabbed her to death?
I'm answering your question. You're not listening. There was a lot that went on between the three of us. It wasn't just a parents and a child.
So there was a lot that went on among the three of you, correct?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That I'm being stopped from talking about.
How old were you when you killed Jennifer and Robbie Tower?
21.
You were a grown man, weren't you?
No, I was not. You don't know the definition of a grown man.
At 21 years old, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people that you were living with? Why didn't you just move out?
The age has nothing to do with it.
Mr. Tower, why didn't you just move out if you didn't like the people you were living with?
I did move out a long time ago. I came back.
You went to West Virginia, didn't you?
Before West Virginia, I moved out. I just told you there was a lot that went on between the three of us. That the judge and the state won't let me talk.
Mr. Tower, do you believe in free will?
There's no free will. You know, we're all controlled in the states.
Mr.
Especially-
Tower, answer my question. It's a simple question. Do you believe that people have free will?
The answer, the question is not simple. If you look around, this is bigger than us.
When you went to live in West Virginia, how long were you up there?
I lived other places before West Virginia.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you how long you lived in West Virginia.
Maybe 9 months, 10 months,
And what were you doing up there?
working.
Who set you up in that place to live in West Virginia?
There was a church that I found. The pastor over there helped me.
You were living with Jennifer's father in West Virginia, weren't you?
That was a long time ago before I went to West Virginia to live on my own.
Please answer
You get it
my
mixed,
question.
but you get
Mr.
the
Tower,
questions mixed up.
Mr. Tower, did you live with Jennifer's father in West Virginia?
That was a long time ago. That was not during the time when I went there by myself.
Why did you go to live in West Virginia when you were living with Jennifer's father?
The time that I did go to West Virginia to live with her father was because
why?
I'm gonna answer. Let me think about it. We were having fights in the family, and I was gonna visit. I was gonna see him for
Could we
maybe
have
for a
him
couple-
move away
maybe
from
for
the
a couple
microphone
months.
so we can hear?
maybe for a couple months. I was gonna visit him until I went to Job Corps.
Yeah, who set you up in the Job Corps? Jennifer, didn't she?
What is your point?
Did Jennifer set you up in the Job Corps?
No.
Did Jennifer set you up to live with her father in West Virginia?
No. What is the point of your question?
Remember, you're under oath, Mr. Tower. You're
I know I'm
oath
under
to
oath.
tell the truth.
You're making no point in your questions. You're forgetting there was
Mr. Tower, you
the
need
father.
to wait for a question to be asked of you and then answer the question, please. Please ask your next question.
You made Jennifer and Robbie's life in their home a living hell, didn't you, Mr. Tower?
Again, there was a lot that went on.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yes.
some adults don't know how to be
Yes.
parents. Yes.
You made their life a living
Yeah,
hell.
no, I didn't. There's some adults don't know how to be parents. You don't know what you're talking about.
In fact,
I came from a harsh environment.
many people come from a harsh
Yeah,
environment,
but
and they don't kill their parents.
you gotta know how to treat those people correctly so they grow up properly.
Yeah, so how do you need to be treated?
I have been treated. It's too late for that. I'm adult now, but you're talking as if you don't know how to be a parent, and you don't know what it takes.
Are you a parent?
No, I'm not a parent, but you're asking me a.
You made their life
Pointless
a
question.
living hell. In fact, your father told you that you were destroying his marriage
If I
to
made-
his wife. Isn't it true?
If I made their life a
Mr.
living hell,
Folks,
that's probably had
hold
something
on,
to do
hold
with
on.
them.
The two of you are just talking over each
No,
other.
he's
Ms.
refusing to
Blakely,
answer.
You're asking a question, he begins to answer, and then you add to your question. Mr. Tower, when she's speaking, you then begin to answer. And what's happening is none of us are catching the question nor the answer. So let's please follow the procedure that we've done all throughout the trial. Let's please do a question, then we'll do a pause, and then the answer. Mr. Tower, I need you to answer the question and not ad-lib and add to it, okay, sir? Please ask your next question, Ms. Freitas.
Did your father tell you that you were disrupting his marriage to Jennifer Tower, his wife?
Jennifer told me that before the adoption, that in the beginning,
He's
Rob.
not responding.
I'm responding. Rob did not want to adopt at all, and then he wanted to adopt a daughter, and then finally he agreed to adopt a son. So he didn't really want to adopt to begin with.
Mr. Tower, there was no question related to wanting to adopt other children. The question was calling for a yes or no response.
Well, he didn't really want to adopt me, is what I'm saying.
Mr. Tower, if you can please listen to the question and answer yes or no. Please ask the question again.
Thank you. Did your father tell you that you were destroying his marriage to Jennifer?
I was not destroying his marriage to Jennifer.
The question, sir. The question was, did your father tell you that? Did your father tell you that, yes or no?
What do you want me to say? He doesn't know how to love his wife. What do you want me to say?
I'll sustain the objection as unresponsive. He's unable to answer. Please move on to your next question.
Who paid for your flights in 2013 and 2014?
As stated, at some point, I'm going to cut off all these questions about perhaps benevolent acts. You can go a bit further, but let's start to move on. Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You may finish your question.
Yes. Who paid for your flights to the United States in 2013 and 2014?
This question is pointless, but however, the company who provided who had something to do with adoption did. And I don't understand what's the point of this question either.
Why did you drop out of high school?
Because I was being brainwashed, as the rest of the children are.
You dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
What expelled? You even know what they teach in schools? What are you talking about?
Mr. Tower, answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You don't know what you're saying. These schools today, they don't teach anything the kids should know. And the schools are not for everyone.
Mr. Tower, you dropped out of high school because you were on the verge of getting expelled from high school.
No, I wasn't. I'm telling you that. You ever been to school? You know that schools don't teach kids proper education.
Mr. Tower, stop talking.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's move on to the next question. His answer was no. Please move on to your next question.
In fact, you were about to get expelled because you were fighting with other children in the school and on the bus, weren't you, Mr. Tower?
No, I wasn't. I just told you what happened.
How old were you when you dropped out of high school?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? How old were you when you were in 10th grade?
I said I don't remember.
When you were sitting out in your car before you went into the house on the night of August 31st, did you decide to kill your parents before you walked in?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Gilman.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-minute break. Please leave your notepads turned over, face down, writing implements on top. Everybody, please stand. Jurors are exiting. right, everybody may be seated. Mr. Tower, you can return to your table next to your lawyer, sir. Mr. Gilman, any additional evidence, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state any rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what we can do is we can bring the jurors back in. Mr. Gilman, you can rest on the record. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send the jurors home. It's 3:53.
All right. So that's his testimony again. So it was about 45 minutes or so. I honestly thought the jury would have a verdict, but let's see what else we can find. Let's go watch. I'll just pull up day one. I honestly, I'm kind of shocked that they haven't come back with a verdict yet. But I guess. Oh, hi. I guess they're taking. I mean, well, they're taking their time for sure. But all right, we'll get to. We'll do day one. While we wait. Might as well listen to openings, right? We'll do openings.
May it please the court? Members of the jury. Rage. That was the defendant's answer. In this case, the evidence will show that on the morning of September 1st of 2023, the morning after the defendant stabbed his parents to death, after he led the Northport Police Department on a high-speed chase down and up I-75, after he ran through woods and swam through canals for almost 8 hours to avoid capture. The morning after, he sat in an interview room with detectives, and they asked him a question. What happened last night? What happened? Help us understand. And you'll hear that he answered with one word: rage. A rage that he described had been boiling until it reached the point the previous night where he decided to do it. As you've been instructed, Dima Tower, the defendant in this case, has been charged with 3 criminal offenses for his conduct on the night of August 31st of 2023. 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder for the murder of Robbie and Jennifer Tower, and 1 count of fleeing to elude law enforcement. In this trial, the state will prove to you that the defendant is guilty as charged by presenting evidence. In this trial, you'll hear evidence, and you'll see it in witness testimony, in physical exhibits, in video, in photographs, in the results of forensic testing, and in this case, you will also hear the defendant's own words. For the witness testimony, you'll hear from civilians. You'll hear from Jonna Walton. She was a neighbor on Malakote Road of the Towers. She knew them personally. They were friends. You'll hear how, on the night of August 31st, she was asleep in her bed. You'll hear how close to midnight she was woken up by sounds at the door, ringing, banging. You'll hear how she heard a woman's voice call out for help. And that voice was so desperate that she did not recognize it. You'll hear how she ran down the stairs. And a few moments later, she called law enforcement, 911, and you'll hear how she opened the door. No one was there, but she saw the blood. She saw stains of blood, and you'll see photographs of that blood, starting at her doorbell, going across the driveway, down, all the way to the tower home. You'll also hear from civilian Miss Melissa Snow. She was staff at a local preschool near the Lower Road exit of I-75 in Venice. You'll hear how she went to work that day, about 7:30, like normal, and there was lockdown because of the defendant at large in the area. You'll hear how she saw someone matching that description, and she notified law enforcement. And he was heading in the direction that about 30 minutes later, he was finally apprehended. You'll hear from Kay Rosas. She was a store clerk at the Shell gas station, where the defendant was ultimately arrested. You'll see the video of him going through that store, and you'll see him walking like it was any other day, like nothing had happened. You'll also hear from law enforcement witnesses in this trial. You'll hear from Officer Tyler Ragakis of the Northport Police Department. You'll hear how he was the first officer on scene at 1240 Malicott Road, and he saw the defendant getting ready and getting in his car, and he called out to him. And you'll hear from his testimony, but you'll also see it in his dash cam footage. You'll see the defendant ignore him, get in his car, and speed away around another officer coming down the road. You'll see for about 30 minutes the defendant's driving. First, as he's speeding through the residential streets of Northport, running stop signs. At one point he goes, you'll see, down the opposite side of the road to try to get away from officers. You'll see when he merges on I-75, you'll see him drive around cars and speed towards Charlotte County until he turns around and goes back towards Venice. And you'll see where he finally abandons the car and takes off running into the woods, where he's able to avoid officers for that entire night up until the next morning. You'll hear testimony from Detective Cade Ryer. He was an officer at the time with the Venice Police Department. He was the one who went out to location where a sighting of a potential subject was called out near the Lower Road exit. And you'll hear how he happened to be checking the Shell gas station at the same time the defendant was walking in the back of the building, and they were able to make the arrest. You'll also hear from Corporal St. Jean. He was the lead detective assigned to this case in this investigation. You'll hear the steps of his investigation, identifying a suspect, and you'll hear how, after the defendant was arrested, he and another detective, Detective Chippendale, with the Northport Police Department, went to the police station in Venice to meet with the defendant, where they conducted an interview. That interview was video recorded, so you will hear in this trial the defendant's own words about what happened. You will hear that prior to that night, despite his parents being loving, the defendant was angry. Angry at life, that it was not turning out the way he expected. And that anger was building and boiling. You'll hear how that night was not the first time he thought about killing his parents. You'll hear how that day started out like any other normal day for him, that he went for a full shift at his job, came home, then went to his car and had a drink. and begin to think. You'll hear how that's when the thoughts came again, that he wasn't happy in killing his parents. You'll hear how he went back into the house, into his bedroom, and he continued to have that thought. And that's when he decided to do it. That's what he was going to do, and you'll hear this in the interview, that he was going to get it over with. You'll hear him describe as he walks to the kitchen, takes a knife out of the knife block, a steak knife, and he walks to the master bedroom. You'll hear how that day, that night, there was no argument. There was no confrontation. His parents were asleep in their bed. He walked into the bedroom, he went to his father's side of the bed, and he started to stab into the darkness. You'll hear him describe how he stabbed too many times that he couldn't even count. You'll hear the defendant say that the knife slipped away as he was stabbing. And you'll hear how losing the knife was not enough to stop him, that he walked back to the kitchen, grabbed a second knife out of the block, and walked back to the bedroom. And these are his own words, to finish what he started. You'll hear how, as he's stabbing his father tried to fight him off. But there was blood everywhere, and the defendant was too strong. You'll hear how his father, Robbie Tower, went to the living room to try to get away, and the defendant followed him and continued to stab until Robbie Tower died, collapsed on the carpet of the living room floor. You'll hear how the defendant's mother woke up while this was happening and tried to defend her husband, but she wasn't strong enough. You'll hear how after she was stabbed, she fled to the neighbor's house for help. And you'll hear how the defendant followed her and took her back inside. You'll hear how the defendant did not immediately finish killing her. You'll hear how he had things to say first. You'll hear how she sat on the couch while he stood over her, telling her those things. You'll hear how while she was on the couch, she cried and pled for her life. But the defendant didn't care. And when he was done, that's when he decided to finish killing her. You'll hear how he stabbed her again, over and over again, in her face and her neck. You'll hear how she didn't die on the couch. She was able to crawl away on the carpet looking for her husband. And you'll hear that's where she died, lying next to him. You'll hear how, when he was done, the defendant knew someone would have called the police and he had to move fast. So you'll hear how he made a series of calculated decisions after they were dead. You'll hear how he took the knife that he had and he cleaned it and he put it in the knife block. He cleaned himself off, he grabbed some belongings, and he went to his car to leave. You'll hear how he saw law enforcement get there. He heard the officer call out. And he didn't give a shit. Those are his words. You'll hear again how that night was not the first time he thought about hurting his parents. But that was the night that he decided to finally do it. And you'll hear motive. When detectives ask him, how could your rage get to that point? Help us understand what happened. He answered that he was fed up with this country and the bullshit that this country had to offer him. And his parents, they were a part of that. And he didn't like them as people anymore. And so he knew he would kill them. In this trial, you'll also hear from law enforcement witnesses that specialize in forensics and evidence collection. You'll hear from crime scene technician Elizabeth Walker. You'll see the photographs that she took and see the videos that she documented of 1240 Malacott Road and the surrounding houses that night. You'll see the signs of a violent struggle. You'll see the bedroom where the killing started and the bloody sheets still wet when they were photographed. You'll see blood stains going up to the ceiling, surrounding everything around the bed. You'll see the living room. You'll see the stains on the couch where Robbie and Jennifer Tower were. And you'll see their final resting place on the living room carpet. And you see the blood stains going from the front door to the neighbor's house of Jennifer Tower, trying to get help. You'll also see the knives that were collected that the defendant used to kill his parents. You'll also hear from crime scene technician Courtney Stender. She assisted with processing and documenting the vehicle that the defendant fled in and abandoned that night. And you'll see pictures of that vehicle. Next, you'll hear from Charlene Webster with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You'll hear how she received the knives and blood samples from the Northport Police Department in evidence, and she performed testing on those samples. You'll hear about her procedures for doing that, and you'll hear how, at the conclusion of her testing, that Robbie and Jennifer Tower's blood, as well as the defendant's, were identified on the knives that he admitted to using. Lastly, you'll hear from Dr. Russell Vega. He's the chief medical examiner for the 12th Circuit. He examined the victims in the home where they died. He also performed formal autopsies in the medical examiner's office. Through his testimony and the pictures that you'll have to see, you will see the extent and the quantity of the stab wounds to Robbie and Jennifer Tower. The evidence will show that Robbie Tower had 68 penetrating wounds. Wounds to his scalp, his neck, shoulders, chest, his back, arms, and one of his legs. You'll hear that Robbie Tower had perforations of a carotid artery, larynx, and his left lung. You'll also see and hear that Jennifer Tower had 79 penetrating stab wounds, clustered over her scalp, her head, her back, her right shoulder, her chest and arms, and 38 stab wounds to her neck. You'll hear that she had perforations of her carotid artery, her internal jugular vein, and even her spinal cord. At the end of this trial, in the close of all the evidence, after the judge instructs you in the law, the state will ask you to render a verdict that aligns with three things: the evidence that you will be presented, the law, and your common sense. We will ask that you render a verdict that holds the defendant accountable and that you find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you.
Right, defense, when you're ready.
Thank you. It has a lot to do with everything that I've been through, everything that I've seen. On the date that the state is talking about, Dima Tower was a few days short of his 22nd birthday. He had been in this country for approximately 7 to 8 years. He came from Ukraine, where he was in foster care prior to coming to this country. He was in foster care, you will hear, because his mother passed away when he was very young, and his family in Ukraine just didn't want to deal with him. So they put him in foster care in a country at war, where he was raised until two strangers picked him up and brought him to America. I'm basically a nobody coming from nowhere. That's what Mr. Tower said. This trial is going to be a little bit different. If you're expecting that I'm going to stand here and say that Mr. Tower is not guilty of anything, you would be incorrect. We talked during jury selection about different levels of murder and different levels of homicide.
Let's continue for a moment. Let's see if we can continue.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Gilman.
So the decision that you collectively as a group and individually will have to come to is whether or not Mr. Tower has the ability to fully form the...
It's difficult for, I think,
Sure.
here. Let's take a short break. Members of the jury, can you please leave your notepads turned down here in the courtroom, writing implements on top. Don't discuss anything related to your jury service. You're going to get tired of these, okay? Everybody please stand. Jurors exiting.
All right, jurors exiting.
Okay.
Can't come okay. You're really exiting.
All right, we just, everybody may be seated. We just had, I just excused the jury. It got to the point where the defendant, in crying and using Kleenex, was disrupting the jury trial. Mr. Tower, I won't allow that to continue, so take a moment, compose yourself, and we'll get started in about 5 or so minutes, okay? We'll take a short break.
All rise. Court is in a brief recess.
So yeah, I just wanted to sarcasm. That was a good point. The only two times that he showed emotion was when Ukraine was mentioned, right? When his defense opening statement there. I'm basically nobody coming from nowhere. This will be a little bit different. I won't say he's innocent. And then he starts to break down and cry. And then also on the stand. So interesting. All right, let's fast forward a little bit here. And it's over an hour and 10 minutes. That's kind of surprising. I thought it would be under an hour, but I thought it would be under an hour.
everybody back in the courtroom, including the defendant, Mr. Tower.
I'm going to end the poll
Mr. Tower
because,
just had to take a break because
you know,
your
now that we're over an
behavior in the
hour,
courtroom. You were
doesn't
showing
make sense to
emotion,
continue it.
crying, sobbing, using Kleenex. You were here when I spoke to the audience this morning, right, Mr. Tower?
I don't know. Was it?
Okay. I spent time this morning, I thought you were in here, where I instructed those in the audience that they can't show emotion, that there are times during especially a murder trial where the emotion might be high, and that if they're unable to handle it, I need them to remove themselves from the courtroom. I will not allow the jury to be persuaded or interfered with by folks showing that emotion in the courtroom, okay? And that includes you, Mr. Tower. So you need to handle yourself accordingly. If you need to take a break because you feel that the emotion is too high and you're struggling, please bring it to Mr. Gilman's attention and we can take a break, okay? But we can't have any more outbursts like that in front of the jury. Do you understand, Mr. Tower?
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Gilman, you wanted to add?
No, Your Honor.
State?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have your thoughts together where you were in your statement, Mr. Gilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors back in. Emily, it doesn't show me that you're muted, but you are, right?
I'm not connected to the audio, that's why.
And maybe that's the same for whoever JW is. It's not showing muted, but it must be.
All rise, jurors enter.
All right, everybody may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. As soon as you're seated and situated, the defense will pick right back up where they left off on their opening statement. Let's give them a minute, Mr. Gilman.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they're ready to go. You may continue.
We talked during jury selection a little bit about different levels of murder, right? First degree, second degree, manslaughter. You'll get instructions on all of these when the case is closed. I anticipate you will hear evidence that will be relevant to you about premeditation. And essentially, that's the question you're here to decide. I do not anticipate having to make a decision as to whether Mr. Tower did acts that endangered people's lives and ultimately ended them. He did. The question you're going to have to decide is what level of crime that is. At the end of the case, after you hear all of the evidence, what we would be asking is that you find Mr. Tower guilty of manslaughter for the deaths of both the victims in this case. You will hear instructions, you will hear evidence, you individually and collectively make that decision. So at the end of the case, again, I will ask you to do the same thing I'm asking you now. Keep an open mind, listen to the evidence, and find Mr. Tower guilty of a manslaughter. Thank you.
That concludes the opening statements. So there's the roadmap for the trial. Next, we move into the evidence portion of the trial. State, please call your first witness.
Yes, the state will call Ms. Jonna Walton.
Are we using a jury room down the hall, or what do we know? Not jury room, I'm sorry, witness room?
We
No?
have not used it so far,
Okay.
but we.
Stand right here, face the front, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, come on this way.
Yes,
please. Just keep that mic close to you.
Good morning, Ms. Walton.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
I can. My name is Jonna Walton, and it's Walton.
And where do you live, Ms. Walton?
I live at 1200 Malakote Road in Northport, Florida, 34288.
Thank you. And I know it's not something you do every day, so you might be a little bit nervous.
Correct.
But if you don't mind trying to speak up a little bit louder.
I sure will.
Thank you. So how long have you lived on Malakote Road?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. And through your time living there, did you come to know the residents of 1240 Malakote Road, Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
I did.
Did you consider them personal friends?
I did.
Describe their role in the neighborhood.
Well, we called them the mayor of Malakote Road. He and Jen, Robbie and Jen both got us together every month. He was always walking his dogs down the street, saying hi. We were always seeing them. They'd come over our house at least twice a week, and we'd just hang out and talk. So we were good friends.
And through that, did you also come to know their adoptive son, Dima Tower?
Just briefly.
All right. And is the Tower's home right next door to yours, or was it further down the street?
There's one house in between us. It's one house over.
Okay. And did anyone live in that house between your home and the Tower's home?
Not on that date. Someone does now, but not then.
Okay, so in 2023 it was vacant.
Correct, it's a rental.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to the night of August 31st of 2023. Were you home that night?
I was.
And who else was home with you?
My husband, my son, and my daughter.
All right. How old are your children?
Right now, 10 and 19.
Okay. Now, just before midnight that night, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
Okay. Were you sleeping in your bedroom?
I was.
Okay. And is your bedroom on the first or the second floor?
It's on the second floor.
Okay. And is it located at the back of the house or more towards the front of the house?
It's actually on the side. It goes front to back on the side of the house.
Okay. Now, about a quarter till midnight, did something wake you up?
It did.
Tell the jury what you heard.
Well, I heard the Ring doorbell at first.
Okay.
So-
And after you heard that doorbell, what did you hear next?
I heard banging and screaming for help. I need help. I need help.
Okay. And that voice, I need help, did you recognize that voice?
I did not recognize the voice at the time. It woke me up out of a sleep. It's just a female voice. That's all I could know at the time.
Okay. Now, when you heard what was happening at your door, were you afraid?
Yeah, I was concerned. I ran downstairs to my daughter, who was sleeping downstairs in the room down there.
And that was the first thing I did, make sure she was okay.
Okay. So when you ran downstairs, you made sure she was okay?
I did.
Okay. Did you see your son as well?
He followed me down the stairs because he heard it as well.
Okay. Now, after you made sure that your daughter was safe, what did you do then?
I went back upstairs. My husband was actually still asleep, and I woke him up, and I explained what I had heard. So.
Yeah. And I want to take just one step back.
Okay.
Before you went back upstairs, did you do anything to try to see what was happening outside?
Yeah, I did. I actually peeked through right next to our front door. There's a glass window, and there's many blinds on it. So I peeked through those to see anything, but our light was off, so it was dark out there. I didn't see anything.
Okay. And after you checked that front window, did you check another window at the front of your house?
I did. Right next to it is that office / guest room, and there's a window in there too. It's a little bit bigger window, so I checked that one too to see if I could see anything. But it was dark. It was dark outside.
So were you able to see anyone at your door out that window?
I couldn't see anything.
No. Okay. So after you did that, what did you do then?
I went up. That's when I went up to go wake my husband up and tell him what I heard, and then I came back downstairs.
Yeah. So when you first wake up your husband, what were you guys doing upstairs?
We were actually trying to find the gun safe key. We couldn't find it, so of course we were very nervous. It was concerning. So we trying to find the key. He was looking around for it, and I went back downstairs to my daughter and to my son.
Yeah.
So
was he able to find the gun?
He was not.
Okay. So once you go back downstairs, were you able to see anything at that point?
No.
No. Okay. So what did you do then?
That's when I called 911.
Okay. And when you called 911, about to the best of your memory, how much time had passed since you were first woken up?
It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. It's just maybe that's about it.
Yeah. Now, while you were talking on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, did you open your front door?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what you saw?
I saw a lot of blood on the ground. I didn't expect that. I had actually turned the light on to see, and when I did, I looked down and you can see it all on my front porch, front walkway.
And what did you do when you saw that blood?
I kind of freaked out a little. I told them that we needed someone. I don't know if it was an ambulance or police or whoever. 911 told me to shut the door and lock it, and I did. So, and they asked me to stay on the phone with them until an officer showed up.
Yeah. So you were still on the phone while that happened?
Yes.
All right.
You may.
So I'm showing you the Pre-Market States Exhibit 2 for identification. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was the disc that we reviewed prior to this to make sure, and I signed it and dated it.
Okay, so you reviewed the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay. And are the contents of that disc a true and accurate copy of the 911 call that you made on August 31st of 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter States 2 into evidence.
No objection.
Right. What's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Number 2 will be admitted into evidence. You may publish it at your leisure. Are you going to play it right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a transcript with that or no?
No.
No. Okay. Before you publish it, let me let the jurors know. All items that are admitted into evidence, for example, this 911 tape, it's not your last opportunity to view, listen to, or consider that evidence. At the end of the trial, when you're in that deliberation room, we'll have what we call a jury card. IT will come down and explain it to you, and you'll be able to, for example, put this disc into your jury card and listen to it again in the jury room, okay?
And for the record, the state's publishing States 2. And it might get a little bit of light.
You can.
What is the location of the emergency?
Listen, it's not much emergency anymore right now, but we live at 1200 Malakote Road in Northport. So I was trying to reach Northport Police, and it keeps sending me back to this.
Okay, so you got a police issue going on?
No, I was upstairs in bed, and my daughter was sleeping downstairs, and someone screamed, and banged on our door and rang the doorbell, screaming, I need help, I need help. Took me a second to register what was going on, and we were trying to find, our gun upstairs before we opened the door, and the person's gone.
All right, well, let me connect you to Northport so I can check the area. Let me connect you, please.
Okay, thank you.
Northport Emergency.
This is Sarasota connecting a caller 1200 Malakote Road.
Okay. Caller, what's your emergency?
Listen, it's not much emergency for us right now, but about 5 minutes ago or so, maybe a few more, there was a woman that came on the door. I was upstairs sleeping, but I heard the doorbell ring. And my daughter was sleeping upstairs, and the girl was screaming, I guess, and I heard her scream. My son heard her scream, and she's saying, I need help, and I didn't, when I got downstairs, the person's gone, but there's not a lot of houses around here, there's a few, but whoever it is, someone.
So it was
upset.
one woman. It was one woman. She knocked on your door.
It was a woman's voice I heard. I don't know. And my ring camera doesn't work out there, of course, right now. But yeah, she banged on the door, had to ring the doorbell, and screamed, I need help. I need help.
Okay.
And I was just not out there. I haven't gone out yet, but
Okay.
we were trying to find one of our weapons, but we can't find one.
Okay. So did you ever see her?
I did not, and my camera's not working, so.
Did anyone in your home see her?
No. Well, heard her.
Okay.
But everything's pretty vacant around here. The house across the street is empty. The house next door is empty.
Okay.
There's only like 2 other houses on the street.
Okay. And did you only hear one voice, or did you hear more than one?
Only one. Oh, there's a whole bunch of blood outside. We need an ambulance now. Someone please.
There's
Someone.
a whole bunch of
blood out
blood?
there. Yes, there's blood on my front door. On my front step. Oh shit.
Okay. Okay.
There's blood on the front door.
Okay. I need you to lock the door and stay in the
It's locked. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
Okay.
Now, we heard at the end of that call, you went back inside and locked the door. After you went back inside, where did you go in the house?
Dispatch had asked us if there was another exit that we can go out through to meet with an officer, and I said, yes, we can go out the garage. So we went into the garage until they told us to open the door.
Okay. So when you were told that police had arrived, did you open the garage door?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, what did you see when you opened that door?
Well, when the door went up, we could see the police lights, the headlights coming down, just the headlights, no blue lights or anything. And it stopped at a distance, which is 2 houses. They stopped 2 houses down. And then I started to walk out of the garage, and then the next thing we know is we see a black vehicle pull out from in front of the home 1240 Malakote Road and drive off, and the police officer followed behind with blue lights and sirens. Okay. And we were like, what just happened?
Yeah. Now, the car that you saw, that black car, did you recognize it?
I did.
And who did it belong to?
It was Dima Tower. I actually said, what is Dima's car driving away, and why are the police chasing it?
Okay. So you recognize that car from
I did.
Being in the neighborhood?
Well, my husband was working on his car for him. So.
And when was that?
That week.
All right. Now, when you went outside to meet with police, did you see more bloodstains on your driveway and front area?
We did, yes. I did.
Great. And the state's approaching the witness with what's been pre-marked as state's exhibits 1A through J, which have been previously shown to defense.
Okay. Okay, you may approach him.
Now, Ms. Walton, if you can take your time, go through each one of these images, and then look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep,
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're of my driveway and my house in the walkway.
Yeah. And do these photographs capture a fair and accurate depiction of the front areas of your home as it appeared after you called 911 on August 31st of 2023?
It does.
Now, at this time, the state would move into evidence states 1A through 1J.
No objection.
All right, A1 through AJ will be admitted. You may publish them at your leisure.
Yes, the state would publish at this time through an exact digital copy.
Just let the bailiffs know, let Carl and Fitz know if you need lights turned on.
Let's see how it shows up.
Okay.
So for the record, the state will start with states 1A. For Ms. Walton, there is a perfect. Okay. Maybe a slight
Which button was it on here? Top one or that one?
on the side.
I got that on.
And then just press the red button
The red
down
one.
the whole time that you want to be. All right. So this is 1A. And Ms. Walton, is this of you looking straight towards your house from the road?
Yes.
Okay. And using the pointer, could you just kind of point for the jury where your bedroom area is?
Right up in here.
Okay. And if we're looking at that image, where, obviously it's obstructed, but where would your front door be?
All right, seems like we have a verdict, you guys. We do have a verdict. So we have a verdict. It's been confirmed by 2 sources. We do have a verdict confirmed by 2 sources. They are back in court. Do you hear me? Okay. All right. No sound yet. They're waiting for everybody to show up. Got no sound yet. All right.
Be seated, everyone. Good afternoon. 2 more minutes, I guess. All right, Deputy, I'm told we have a verdict. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have everybody present. Are both sides ready to bring the jurors back in?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me just caution everybody in the audience, we're going to respect the verdict, whatever it is, by this jury. So please, similar to what we talked about earlier, no outward signs of emotion or comments. We need to be professional, respect the jury. So if you can't handle it, then I need you to remove yourself kindly, okay? All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All rise, jurors entering.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Everybody may be seated. Members of the jury, I'm told that you reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can the foreperson hand it to the bailiff? I take a look at it next to make sure that it's executed, signed, and dated, etc. And then I'll hand it to the clerk. Can you please hand this to the clerk? And the clerk is going to publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 12th Judicial Circuit in and for Sarasota County, Florida, State of Florida versus Dima Tower, case number 2023 CF 8812NC. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Jennifer Tower. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Robbie Tower. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3. The defendant is guilty of fleeing to elude a law enforcement officer as charged. So say we all this 14th day of November 2025, signed 4%.
Members of the jury, there's something we do after every verdict. It's called polling the jury. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start in the back. I'll go left to right, then I'll come forward and go left to right, okay? So to the gentleman in the back left, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
To the gentleman next door, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as the whole?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Young lady on the far right, is this your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
To the gentleman in front, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Next gentleman, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Sir, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Ma'am, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And ma'am, is this your verdict? Folks, on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you for your service. We have different types of trials. This was a longer trial, although as I mentioned, not terribly long. We do have those that are longer. We asked a lot of you. You came in Monday on a week with a holiday. You were here all week, early in the morning. So we all truly appreciate your service. The system cannot function without you folks, and I talked a lot about that on Monday, so thank you. You have a right as a juror not to discuss your jury service with anybody. That's a right you have as a juror. It would take a court order to compel it. I haven't seen it in my career done. You also have the ability to speak to whoever you want. That's a right you have as a juror as well. No one can prevent you from speaking. I know it's a big ask, again, Monday through Friday. I hope the experience was good for you. We try to be as efficient as possible with your time and not get you in and out as efficiently as possible. So again, thank you. Your service is done. What I'm going to do after you leave is I'm going to talk to the parties. We'll discuss setting a sentencing date. I don't know if we're going to do that today or if we're going to do it down the road. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave. You have no further obligation to the court. I think it gets you out of jury service for a year. So there's some good news. But again, thank you. Make sure you take all your personal belongings with you when you leave. If you want to find out what happened or what happens, you can give my judicial assistant a call, Jennifer. Her number's on the board, I believe, in your jury room. You can give her a call later today and find out what the next steps are, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for your service. Can everybody please stand? Our jurors are now exiting the courtroom. All right, let's take I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to go thank the jurors for their service in the jury room. Why don't let's leave Mr. Let's handcuff him. Let's leave him in here for now. Why don't you talk among yourselves when you want to do sentencing, how you want that to take place. I'd also like the attorneys to please approach and take a look at the verdict form before it's filed, okay? I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right.
All right, so jury came back. Verdict is guilty on all charges. Came back in about an hour, 34 minutes. They're going to figure out if they're going to do sentencing today or not. That would be interesting. I was not expecting that. So they're going to take a little bit of a break. And let's see, we can go through some of our polls. So what would you vote if you were on the jury? 89% said first degree for both. 11% said manslaughter for both. Then what will the jury do? 92% first degree on both. 4% thought manslaughter on both. 4% thought hung jury. Then we go, how long will the jury deliberate? How long will the jury? 1 to 2 hours was 50% said 1 to 2 hours. So those that said 1 to 2 hours, you guys got it right on the nose. 1.5 hours, basically. 35% said 0 to 1 hour. 10% said 2 to 3, and 5% said 3 to 4 hours. So there we have it. There we have it. Guilty on all. Really wasn't much of a surprise or shock, but let me see if I can find a picture here of parents that I can pull up. Let me see. Quick trial, you guys. Quick trial. All right, I'll just do this. Put a photo of them there. I mean, he seems happy, but again, you never know. You never know. So, guilty on all. Count 1 was Jennifer. Count 2 was Robbie. Count 3 was fleeing. Let's see. Is there a choice? Let me see here. Elizabeth asks, is there a choice? Life or life without parole? I don't think so. I think I think it's life without parole. I don't think there's a choice. Yeah, I think it's two people. It's too high of a. It's life without parole. I don't think there's any. There's no choice. Mary says, "Some justice, rest in peace." Gretchen, yeah, but people don't usually post their least happy moments on social media. That's true. That's true. No, you're right. Yeah, why would there be them angry or yeah? Agreed. I agree. Real happy. M1 is life without parole in Florida. Yeah, life. Yep, Florida life is life. That's it. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be no doubt that he's going to go away for the rest of his life. So, Dee Dee says justice served. Kaylee, in Florida, it's life until you die. Yep. Can't use the F-bombs. That is true. Who's using F-bombs? I'm going to have to get rid of those, you guys. If anybody's swearing, we got to delete those. Yeah, you can't do that, guys. YouTube's going to get to us, so please, I understand you're emotional, and that's fine. Just spell it differently, or we don't go that way here. So please respect the channel when we ask you to not swear. That's all. All right. Thanks for pointing that out, Sherry. Appreciate that. Yes. Lazy Boys. Is this really justice, though? He was a troubled young man who will now spend the rest of his life behind bars. Yeah, on one level, you could say it was justice for them. You're saying that you don't think it's justice for him, though. Well, what would be the solution, Lazy Boys? What would you suggest? What would you suggest? What would you suggest? What would you suggest? Astronomy. My bad, guys. It's okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, just it's cool. Let's see. Did Scott come in? Did I miss you, Scott? Sorry. Sorry if I missed you coming in. All right. Sharon, why do you think defense didn't bring in mental health professionals? Or are you in the wrong chat? Sharon, are you asking me or are you asking Scott? Lazy Boys really don't know. B. Michigan, yep, had run an errand. There was a verdict and guilty on all counts. Count 1 was Jennifer, count 2 was Robbie, and guilty of first degree, and then count 3 was fleeing law enforcement. Lazy Boys, I don't like mandatory sentences because crime is not always black and white. All right, fair. JMS, it was justice. He deserves life without parole. He committed absolutely heinous and horrific crimes. Lily Wayne, and if he was released and had a family of his own and felt rage, would he delete them? Then there's that. All right, Sherry, you going to go over to Devin? No problem. Yeah, we got Devin going on. We have a redirect set up. So for you guys, we're doing days 5 and day 6 of Devin. Ivy, yes, the verdict is in. And if you want to rewind about 10 minutes, you can watch it. Oh, I didn't know they showed the gallery. If you want to rewind, it's like 15 minutes now. If you want to rewind it, or if you want us to tell you what it is. If you want to rewind it, go back about 15 minutes, or else we'll tell you what it is. I don't know, Ivy. I'm not sure why. And just so you know, just do DP next time. Again, it's YouTube. Just do DP. We know what you mean. Just do DP instead of writing it out. But the state didn't want it. The state, although Florida does allow DP, prosecutors announced early on they would not pursue it. So maybe they felt, I don't know. We've looked that up before, and there has to be certain criteria, like it has to be heinous, which of course it was. It has to be like, with like a kid or an adult, which it wasn't. Priors, I think, come into it. This definitely, to me, raises the level of he could have gotten it. I don't know why. Dee Dee, they were 49 and 51. Let me go real quick over here. Oh, actually, it's in our description, Dee Dee. So Robbie was 49. Robbie was the younger, and then Jennifer was 51. Robbie was 49. Did I say that right? Robbie was 49. He is young, so that might be why. Could have been. No priors, maybe, but the heinousness of it, come on. It doesn't get any worse than this, you guys. You saw the pictures. It's just, and they showed, unfortunately, we've seen two now. We've seen pictures of both Robbie and Jennifer. It's not pleasant. All right. Let's see if they're going to do sentencing.
All right, we have everybody back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience, folks. All right, did the attorneys have a chance to come up and look at the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts on sentencing?
Your Honor, as all the interested parties are currently present and the court does not have discretion based on the jury's verdict as far as what the sentence can be, we would prefer to go forward today.
Okay. State, are you prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you prepared to go forward now through the lunch hour?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
The state does have some family members that would like to speak to you briefly.
Sure. Are you ready? Do you know how you're going to proceed and what order? Okay.
I'm ready to go. Whenever you are, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right, thank you. I'm going to first call Phil.
Let me stop you for one moment, Ms. Frabley.
Yeah.
I did, folks, have Zoom open for the entirety of the trial. And I was always letting folks in. I'll note that they were good in the sense that they would come in before 9. I didn't have to let them in throughout the day because they were all on time. So there are folks that are also on Zoom. I don't know if these are folks that want to be heard as well. Carl, can you turn this TV around? The jurors are gone, so I don't mind turning that around now so that the state and the defense can see who's on Zoom. Oh, they might have unplugged it? Okay. Let me have the state and the defense come up. You can take a look at the names that are on here.
Ms. Torres, may I get her back in the courtroom?
Sure.
Ms. Torres? Yes. Please come up for a moment.
Yes? Let's leave it where it is. Yeah, thanks. All right, why don't you come take a look and write down the names, and then you could find out if these are folks that want to be heard. Let me just to go through it. It says Warren Rhines on this one, and it looks like 2 people are there. Do you know who that is? All right, are they going to want to be heard?
What's her name?
Okay. There's someone with the name Sean Tower. Is that someone that wants to be heard? Why don't I find out who these folks are? And let's okay. All right, if I can have Warren Rhines, please unmute. All right, you're unmuted. Can you please tell me who you folks are?
And I am the uncle of Robbie Tower. And I am Darlene Rhymes, the aunt of Robbie Tower.
All right, so we have aunt and uncle. Do you wish to be heard today, this afternoon at the sentencing hearing?
I do not.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have an aunt and an uncle that have been here on Zoom but do not wish to be heard. All right, can Sean Tower please unmute and turn your video on?
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't have a camera hooked up. No, I'm Robbie Tower's brother. I don't wish to be heard.
Okay. All right, how about, there's someone with the name Gladys that's on the Zoom.
Hi, I am a friend of the family and I do not wish to be heard.
Okay. You were in the courtroom this week, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, friend of the family does not wish to be heard. So we have no one on Zoom that wishes to speak. I have no preference on order. Why don't we, any objection to the state proceeding first, Mr. Gilman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, please call your first witness up, or person up to the, why don't we use the witness box, okay?
Yes. State calls Phil Tower.
You have to stand here, you're going to face the clerk, no, face this clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay. Over here. That's okay.
Behind you?
Yeah.
Give this to Mr. Tower. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Can you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Philip Tower, Tower.
Okay. Would you like to address the court?
The court,
And
not particularly.
right. You're going to address, yeah.
Oh, I just want to talk to Dima.
Hold on.
No.
Whatever it is that you wish to say, direct it at me.
Oh, okay.
You can tell me what you want to say and what you want me to know. This is a sentencing where you can give the court input, okay?
Okay.
Of course, Mr. Tower, the defendant, is the courtroom and will hear what you have to say, okay?
Right. I just wanted the court to know that Dima didn't just...
Take your time.
He didn't just kill Robbie and Jennifer. He killed a part of all of us. And there isn't a person over there that doesn't hate him. And we want him to suffer. And I just like one more thing to say. I have a lot of things to say, but you probably wouldn't like it. I want him to, when he's Dima, look at me.
No, sir, you go ahead and direct your comments to me, okay?
I would like him to change his name while he's in jail. I don't want him to use my name anymore. I don't want him to be associated with us. And a lot of things I want to say to you, to him.
Take your time.
I don't believe you'd allow it, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't think I could go any further.
I don't know, Ms. Fablik, if you wanted to ask him any questions?
No,
Okay.
Mr. Tower, this is really a chance to talk about your loss and what Jennifer and Robbie meant to you and the loss in your life. So I think that's better than right now retribution, because the judge will take care of that.
Yeah, I understand. I can't put into words.
Why don't you tell me this, how is Jennifer or Robbie related to you?
Robbie's my son.
Your son?
Yes.
Tell me about your son and your daughter-in-law.
Well, they were just great people. They were honest. They were religious. Cared about everybody. They would give you the shirt off their back. They give you, help you. They were big in the church. They went on pilgrimage. You know what I'm saying? They went to different kind of pilgrimages, whatever. They went, and that's how they met Dima. They just wanted to help somebody. They couldn't have children of their own. They saw Dima, they figured they'd give him a chance at life. And that's how we repaid them. There wasn't anybody that didn't like them. And it was just a total waste of good people. I don't know what else I can say that build them up any more than that. I don't have to. We'll miss it.
Thank you, Mr. Tower.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tower.
Take your time.
Thank you.
The state would like to call Michael Burgoon. Do you need this? Okay, thank you.
Stand here, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay, so come this way. You can lift it up and
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Michael Burgoon, B-U-R-G-O-O-N.
And how do you know Robbie and Jennifer Tower?
Jennifer Tower is my sister, and of course Robbie was my brother-in-law.
Okay, and is Jennifer younger or older than you?
A couple years older.
Couple years older,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
she was your big sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you like to talk to Judge Krug about how your life has been affected by the loss of your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to thank the court for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michael Burgoon. Jennifer Tower is my sister, and Rob Tower is my brother-in-law. For just over 2 years, I've had to try to process daily that my sister Jennifer and Rob are no longer here. Jennifer was much more than my sister. She was my #1 supporter and best friend. Growing up together, we would play video games, hang out on Venice Beach and Siesta Key, and often race go-karts at Pelican Pete's in Inglewood, or just simply hang out. As we grew older and moved on in life and got married, daily one of us would call the other or send a text just to say I love you. There wasn't anything I went through in life that I didn't reach out to her for her thoughts or her advice or how she thought I should handle it or what she may do if she was in my shoes. Even through my 20s to just over 2.5 years ago, I'd call her because I knew she would always answer the phone. And even if I didn't like what she would say, she would answer with honest and loving. I would also reach out to Rob daily. Rob was the very definition of what a brother-in-law is. We shared the same sense of humor. Jennifer would often get on us for acting like teenage boys. I would often call Rob just to get some advice from a guy's point of view, or if he had a question about the Bible. Rod had a very vast knowledge of it and would talk to me, or if I was struggling with something, he would often tell me a verse in the Bible that dealt with what I was going through and would help. Rob was the person who officiated my second wedding. There has been no greater hurt or pain in life than losing them. There isn't a second of the day that goes by that I don't think about them. Nobody should have to go through the hurt, emotional burden, grief, and just loss of direction in life that losing them has caused. They were the true north and the compass of my life. They were full of so much love, not only with me and their family. Jennifer loved our two older sisters, Lori and Lisa, and her mother, Cindy, and her son. Rob always spoke about the love for his parents and family and the love he had for his son. Our lives were much better because they were in ours. Sadly now, because of the events of October 31st, 2023, they were selfishly taken from our families. That void can never be filled, and for me personally, going through 2 counseling professionals still has not helped me out. Daily, I feel a pain and hurt that can't be described. I want to believe that they're just busy, and any second, my phone will ring and I'll hear that, "Hey, Michael, what's up, brother?" that Jennifer would so lovingly say, knowing full well that that night, hearing that will never happen again. It's an emotional trauma that for the rest of my life, I'll have to work through and try to process with the help of counseling and family, because it's not something that will go away. I hope and pray that today brings some closures for our families. Grief is a journey with no time limit. And Jennifer and Rob, I love you and will live daily to honor your memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The state calls Rich Pollock.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pollock.
Good afternoon.
Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Richard Pollock, Pollock.
Will you tell Judge Krug how Robbie and Jennifer were part of your life?
Yes. I wrote a brief statement. At the beginning of this trial, we were told and we heard that the defendants say that this was all an act of rage. By saying so, he may feel that this helps to alleviate his responsibility in some way, but it doesn't. What he calls rage is nothing more than a pitiful attempt at an excuse to try to explain away the atrocities that he committed. This wasn't rage. This is all the result of a series of calculated decisions that he made that night. Robbie and Jennifer Tower, or as we affectionately called them, Rob and Jen Towerski, or Robbie and Miss Jen to our girls, had a huge impact, not only on my and my family's lives, but countless people here and around the world that they ministered to and shared the love and teachings of Christ with. Rob and Jen were show-up people. The people that showed up to help and weren't afraid to get dirty or put in the work to help a friend or anyone really. They were people who loved fully, and we loved them for it. It was Rob and Jen who showed up to teach my daughter Gigi to ride a bike. When I couldn't. It was Rob who showed up to put my Christmas lights up after I fell off the roof and Jen volunteered him to. The list goes on. They had a light in them that burned brightly for Christ, for each other, and for people. They were truly the people who would give you the shirt off their backs if you needed it and expected nothing in return, and not just their shirts. I remember them once giving one of their cars to a family that needed it. That's who they were. They offered the same gift to Dima, a gift of agape love. They gave, and he took and took. He was unwilling to receive it unless it was on his terms. He says he holds in such high esteem the way of life in Ukraine, and that the man should rule over his family with some sort of an iron fist, and that his wife must be subservient to him. But I would like to remind him in the court that the same way of life relegated him ending up in an orphanage where no one cared. As he put it, a nobody from nowhere. Rob and Jennifer chose to put Christ first and to love him above each other, but then to love each other above all and second only to that. They treated each other equally after only God and each other. They chose to love Dima and to bring him into their lives. They wanted to make him a somebody and gave him their name. I remember they were so excited. I remember how proud Rob was when Dima first became an American citizen. So many things that he did that he was so proud to be able to share that his son accomplished. But Dima didn't see it that way. If it wasn't his way and exactly the way he wanted or perceived it to be, he didn't want it or it was wrong. This wasn't just an issue that he had with Rob and Jen. He had problems with authority at school and rules. He couldn't handle it if another kid had got attention and took out his anger on those younger and smaller than he was. He's a coward. He showed it when he beat up on little kids, and he showed it the night that he made the choice to brutally murder Rob and Jen while they were asleep because he was too afraid to face them awake. He made a series of choices that night that changed the world for so many of us. There were multiple times that he could have stopped, but he made the choice to continue this brutality. He said he decided to kill them when he was sitting out in his car for no real reason. Even in his video statements, he said that they never hurt him. He simply didn't like them or had hatred in his heart. He could have made the choice to drive away that night, but he didn't. He went inside. He stated that he went in his room and drank and thought about it some more. He could have stopped then, but he didn't. He walked into the kitchen and picked up a knife. He still could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued into their bedroom. He stated they were asleep and it was dark. Again, he could have stopped and left, but he didn't. Instead, he brutally began stabbing my precious friend. The man who gave up everything for him, and the man that was like the older brother that I never had. In this struggle, he also stabbed Jennifer. These two people who loved each other so much, and him as well. Sometime during this attack, he lost the knife, and Jennifer was able to get out and try to get help. He could have stopped then, but he chose not to. Instead, he went in the kitchen and retrieved another knife to, in his words, finish what he started. He then made sure he had taken all the life out of poor Rob. Again, he could have stopped, but he chose to go out and find Jennifer. He then forced her back in the house where he forced her to listen to his rantings. Again, he could have stopped, but instead he chose brutality, again in his own words, to finish what he started. Now he truly gets to finish what he started. When he killed our precious friends and robbed this world of the love and light that they shared. For the rest of his life, he will be a nobody whose name means nothing. Instead, he will be assigned a number due to his own actions and be forced to suffer this alone, more than likely without any visitors. He killed the only two people in this world who would have been there for him. He has to live with that for the rest of his life, and I pray that one day he will accept that responsibility for his actions and repent and accept Christ into his heart. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Careful stepping down. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. The state calls Talitha Pollack.
Standing right here, if you want to face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Okay, then you can just go right up to that camera.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pollock. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Talitha Pollock, Pollock.
Would you like to talk to Judge Krug?
Yes, please. I tried to write something too. Probably not as good at it as my husband.
Take your time. There's no rush.
When we first met Jen and Rob, we became fast friends. We met them serving at church, and the next thing you know, we were doing everything together. Our now grown daughters were young at the time and absolutely adored them. If you're a parent, you know that it's really important who you leave your kids with, and my husband and I take that very seriously. We don't let them do sleepovers or things like that at anybody's house. But we trusted the Towers, which is like putting them like at such a high level, you know, to trust them to keep our kids. So when my husband and I would go on mission trips to South America, we would leave our girls with them, and they had a blast. They loved going to Robbie and Miss Jen's house. We, without hesitation, trusted them. They were amazing. And they were also amazing with any other kids they ever came in contact with. They served in church with like the kids ministry. They would really serve anywhere anybody asked them to because they never said no, and the kids loved them. Losing Jen and Rob has been a huge loss, not just for the families and the friends, but for countless individuals and also our community. They always had the best smiles, and they never said no to helping anyone in need, but they also never wanted any recognition. They did it because they just wanted to. I only know because I saw them in action countless times when they thought nobody was looking. We'd be doing a food drive at church. They didn't just bring in a handful of cans or something from their pantry. They'd go grocery shopping at Publix and bring in multiple bags. If they found out someone had a need, whether they knew them or not, that they could meet, they would jump right in and do it. When we first met them, they were young professionals and could go on luxury vacations if they wanted to, but instead they spent both their vacation time and all their resources on mission trips to Russia and the Ukraine. They had a love for the Ukrainian people. And so I was not completely surprised when Jen told me about Dima. She beamed. I can promise you that she could not have loved you more, Dima, than if she gave birth to you herself. She loved him so much. I have children that I have given birth to, and I have children that I've adopted. You love them the same, and Jen loved him just like she gave birth to him. She loved him unconditionally. You were a nobody from nowhere, but two amazing people from somewhere came to save you. What you did by repaying them, by cowardly killing them because you don't like rules, authority, or you can't handle consequences. You decided our country is a crap hole, in your own words, and you wanted to go back to the Ukraine. I think of all the kids in orphanages that would be grateful to be brought here and given the life that you were. But not you. You were only grateful when you were getting what you wanted. I think it's ironic now that hopefully he can spend the rest of his measly existence in a prison in the land that he hates so much. The truth is that he was used to picking on and beating up anyone smaller than him. He couldn't do that with Rob. Rob was bigger, but he wasn't violent at all. Rob could maybe hold him back. But so he waited till they were asleep. And like a thief in the night, you snuck in and you started your evil rampage. My daughters miss Jen and Robbie so much. I miss Jen. I miss Rob too, but I miss Jen more than words. She had the most beautiful smile, the kindest heart, a great laugh. And one thing no purely evil thief in the night could steal are all the memories that they gave us. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Pond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The state calls Lisa Huff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Huff, before you start speaking to the judge, would you just identify yourself for the record? Tell us your full name and last name, and spell your last name.
My name is Lisa Huff. My last name is Huff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And will you tell us how you know Jennifer and Robbie Tower, please?
Jennifer is my youngest sister. Robbie is my brother-in-law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Take me a minute. Okay. I had to type mine out just today, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I can't begin to express the depth of loss and pain that this tragedy has brought to our family and all who knew and loved Rob and Jennifer. They were two of the most wonderful people you could ever meet. My sister Jennifer was the most loving, caring, and compassionate person. Even when she was struggling, she had a wonderful sense of humor and a strong faith and belief in God. I was blessed to have her as my youngest sister and thankful for all the good memories we shared together. Rob was also an awesome person and was always willing to lend a helping hand. He was also a fun-loving guy and had a great sense of humor. Rob and Jennifer did all they could to help Dima have a better life. No, they were not perfect, but no one is. There was absolutely nothing they did to deserve being brutally murdered and so carelessly and senselessly ripped out of the lives of my family and everyone else who knew and loved Rob and Jennifer. I will never understand or comprehend what drove Dima to commit such a heinous act against two of the people who gave him or gave so much of themselves and did all within their power to give him a better life. I guess evil simply cannot be understood. As a Christian, I know that the Bible commands me to forgive Dima. That is something I will have to fully rely on God's help and strength to do. I can't do it on my own. Dima has shown no remorse for his actions, and it has been said that he may not have the capacity to do so. Though some may not understand, I pray that Dima will one day feel the weight and guilt of what he has done and ask for God's forgiveness. By saying this, by no means am I stating that Dima should not be held accountable and pay for his actions. He definitely should be. His horrible actions against Rob and Jennifer demand justice. However, as Rob and Jennifer were also Christians, I believe that this is what they would want for Dima, even though he did what he did to them. Though some may not agree with me or understand, as a Christian, I believe that even in horrific tragedies such as these, that God would want something good to come out of them. It is my firm belief that Rob and Jennifer would want Dima to ask for forgiveness and join them in heaven one day. Although it seems impossible in our eyes as human beings, I pray and have faith that this can happen. Although I am still angry and sad for what has happened, it is my belief that God died for all sins, including the ones committed by Dima on that terrible day in August of 2023. Dima is my nephew, and though mine and my family's lives will never be the same, Part of me still cares for him. I pray he will make the right decision and ask God for forgiveness for what he has done. Once again, I believe this is what Rob and Jennifer would have wanted for Dima. Thank you again for giving me the chance to speak, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to read a statement from Jennifer's other sister, Lori Ely, who's here present in the courtroom, and then we have one final statement from Debbie Tower. So this is the statement from Ms. Ely, and it reads as follows. Her name is Lori, last name Ely. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my sister, Jennifer, her husband, Rob, and our grieving family. No words can fully capture the depth of loss and devastation that this crime has caused us. Jen and Rob were two of the most generous, hopeful, and loving people I have ever known. Their greatest dream was to build a family. After years of struggling to have children, they made the selfless decision to adopt. Their Christian missionary work in Ukraine inspired them to open their hearts to a child in need, and they welcomed their son Dima into their home with love. Adoption was not easy. It was emotionally, financially, and spiritually very demanding. They emptied their savings, they took loans, and they relied on the kindness of others to make their dream of parenthood possible. Despite every challenge, they remained deeply committed to giving Dima a stable, nurturing home and every opportunity to thrive. I have never seen my sister as happy as she was when Dima arrived. She was radiant, excited, fulfilled, and hopeful about motherhood. Rob shared her joy, and together they dedicated themselves to building a loving family. They celebrated milestones, faced setbacks, and consistently placed Dima's welfare and well-being above their own. Their commitment to him never wavered. Their journey, however, was extraordinarily difficult. They worked tirelessly to support Dima through anger, defiance, and destructive behavior. They sought help for him, guidance, and healing. They endured emotional and physical harm while trying to help him overcome his struggles. Even in the face of rejection and escalating violence by Dima, they continued to try because they were driven by love, faith, and the belief that every child deserves a chance. Despite their extraordinary efforts, Jen and Rob's lives were taken from them in a violent, senseless manner. The pain of losing them is indescribable. Their deaths shattered our family and left a void that can never be filled. My sister's warmth, kindness, and optimism are gone. Rob's humor, steadiness, and generosity are now only memories. We never had the chance to say goodbye. What I wouldn't give for one more conversation, one more holiday together, or just one more hug. Every day I'm confronted by reminders of what was stolen from us. I lost two of my closest friends. My faith in the goodness of people has been shaken. I now live with symptoms of PTSD. I return to work while simultaneously navigating the unimaginable task of settling my sister's estate, repeatedly explaining their deaths to banks, to creditors, mailing their death certificates, and reliving the trauma each time I read their names on those documents. I had to walk through their home and sort through the pieces of their lives. I found my sister's wedding dress. I found hundreds of photos of their lives together and two people deeply in love. Those moments broke me. The grief is relentless. I will never be the same person I was before, and no therapy or counseling will ever fully mend what has been taken. Jen and Rob's deaths touched more than just our family. Their community lost two people defined by selflessness and generosity. They opened their home and their hearts not only to Dima, but to many others. As Christians, they lived their faith through quiet acts of love and compassion. Their reward for this kind of selflessness was a brutal death at the hands of the child they devoted their lives to. I can't escape the tormenting thoughts of their final moments. How frightened and betrayed they must have felt. Our family is left to carry the weight of this tragedy every day, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Holidays, family gatherings, and even small joys are marked by their absence. Your Honor, as you consider sentencing, I ask that you remember who Jennifer and Rob were. Decent, selfless people who dedicated themselves to giving a vulnerable child a better life. They believed in second chances and in the power of love. Their lives were taken in a horrific way, and the hole left in our hearts will never be filled. Since their deaths, I have tried to understand how Dima could have committed such a crime. I am not an expert, but I have learned about psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder. I do not know whether he was born this way or shaped by trauma. In many ways, the situation is a tragedy for everyone, including him. I believe my sister would have forgiven him. But forgiveness does not erase danger. From what I have come to understand about psychopathy, it cannot be cured. If Dima were ever released, I firmly believe that he is a risk to society and that he would harm or kill again. While compassion and faith may allow us to pity his past, society also has a responsibility to protect others from someone like him who demonstrates violence, lacks empathy, and cannot regulate dangerous impulses. For the safety of the public and in honor of Jennifer and Rob, I ask that you impose a sentence that ensures no other family will face the pain we endure every day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Where is Laura Ailing? And well said.
Finally, the state would call Debbie Tower, please.
Here, for support, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth?
You put this one. That way.
Hello, Ms. Tower. Can you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Debbie Tower. Tower.
Would you like some water?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Robbie was my son. And Jennifer was my daughter-in-law. And I can't. What he took away from us is beyond what you can imagine, because Robbie was my friend, my son. He thought he was the father of my other two kids. He helped raise them. And then when my daughter died, we were left with two little boys, and he helped raise them. He acted like their father, and he did everything with them, and he took them places, and he took care of them. And he could not have ever been a better father than he was to my boys, his his nephews, and him. He spoiled him. He did everything that he could. And Jennifer, the two of them did everything to make him happy. And every time something would happen, they would fix it. And I just want people to know that he wasn't a bad, neither one of them were a bad parent. They were excellent. They couldn't do enough to take care of children. Now my boys want to know, where's Robbie? And I can't explain it to them because they don't understand heaven. And I'm sorry, this is so hard. I just wanted people to know that they both were good. They were good to him. He can't say things that aren't true. And he really was good to everybody, and I miss him so much. I'm so sorry. I just want people to know how good they were. I brought them with me so they could see what we're doing for them. He destroyed so many people. I just don't know how he can live with himself. And you're gonna have to think about this for the rest of your life, what you did. You didn't just murder Robbie and Jen, you murdered all of us. That's all I can say. I can't say any more.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tower. Be careful getting down.
There are no further statements, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Can we put up do we have a second podium in here?
It's back kids.
You don't need to plug it in, but can you bring one in? Mr. Gilman, do you have anybody that wishes to speak from the defense?
The defendant would like to address the court, Your Honor.
Okay. Does he want to take the witness stand and speak?
I don't mind.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry?
I don't mind taking the witness stand.
Okay. Let me just make sure you understand. I'm not going to allow any disparaging comments related to Robbie and Jennifer Tower. Do you understand that?
What do you mean?
I don't want a single negative comment or disparaging, meaningful, harmful contact.
There will be no such words.
Okay.
There will be only the story.
Mr. Gilman, have you spoken to him at all about what he wishes to say?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you please explain to him what I just ordered? I will not permit Robbie and Jennifer to be disparaged in any way in this courtroom.
I understood what you said. I will only tell our story. I will be rational. I will be making sense. I'm not going to be speaking meaningless words that have no reason to say.
This is an opportunity for you to show remorse, if you have any, to apologize if you wish to and it's sincere, and to express your gratitude for the opportunity that Robbie and Jennifer gave you if you wish, to apologize to the family and the community for which you tore apart and destroyed. This is that opportunity. Do you understand that, Mr. Tower?
I understand.
And the opportunity is limited to that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. All right, let's have the defendant take the witness stand, please. You want to assist?
I'll do what I can. Can you please state your name for the court reporter, please?
Dima James Tower.
And given what the court has talked to you about, what is it that you want Judge Crew to know prior to imposing a sentence?
What I have to say is our feelings block out our intellect. So I must ignore the irrational testimonies I heard about the life that I had with adopted parents of mine, and prior to that, I must only speak the truth. However, I've been told that I have limited time, and there's much to say, that I expect these adults to understand me talking to them as adults to adults. I had 2 years and 2 months of dwelling on this, and the conclusion I have come to is not only that everything evolves around God, that we must understand that we live in an unmanly world, and what this means is...
Mr. Tower, I'm not concerned about what world you believe in. Do you wish to offer an apology and remorse to the victims?
Yes, I am. I'm getting to that. Yes.
Cut right to it. I don't want to hear what world you think you live in.
Well, I'm going to cut right to it.
Thank you.
The remorse that I have for my adopted parents is, it might be unshown. That doesn't mean it's not felt. Because when I committed these acts of crime, I lost my mind, and somebody might think that I knew what I was doing. I did not know what I was doing. It was.
Now, do you wish to offer an apology?
I am on offer an apology. I'm explaining an apology. I'm explaining an apology. I'm in the middle of apology. Apology is that the truth is that there are a lot of fatherless children out there, and my apology in this is that nobody want to be held accountable for their actions, and I'm being held accountable for the actions of grown men. So my apology is that I have to be responsible for what Oscar did to his children and what Phil did to his children. And how can I apologize for the mistreatment that Oscar, as a stepfather...
All right, I'm going to have the defendant removed from the stand. He's choosing not to give an apology. I'm sorry to the family in the courtroom. I wanted to give an opportunity for you to have to hear from the defendant, to perhaps hear an apology and remorse. I think that is not forthcoming, as we all saw. Mr. Gilman, anything else from the defense?
Nothing.
Okay, let's hear from the state what you're seeking and why.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to count one, the state is seeking the statutorily mandated sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count two, the state is seeking a consecutive consecutive life without parole sentence for the death of Jennifer Tower, as well as the death of Robbie Tower. And as to count three, 5 years in the Department of Corrections, concurrent with count two. Thank you.
Mr. Gilman, anything you wanted to add?
No, Your Honor, I don't disagree with the statement. The sentence is statutorily mandated. I would just ask that the court to impose the sentences on counts 1 and 2 concurrent rather than consecutive.
All right, thank you, counselors. You can be seated. All right, to the family, I know law enforcement is here who worked hard on this case. I want to thank you for your courtesy throughout the trial. I know it can be very hard to sit in a long trial where you have loved ones that were viciously and brutally murdered, as your loved ones were in this case. You respected the process. You respected the role of the judge, the jury, the witnesses. and you allowed for the trial to go through properly, efficiently, lawfully, which is our roles in the judicial system. You know, we serve a function and we need to make sure that happens. And so I appreciate your role in that. As the judge, I don't know the folks that are murdered or injured in cases. You realize I come into the story much later at a trial often or at a sentencing hearing. I can tell you that the role of a judge is very difficult sentencing most days. I anguish over sentencing decisions I have to make. I do it on a daily basis, 5 days a week, handling all types of different cases and have to make decisions as to whether someone goes to jail or not, or goes to prison or not, and if so, how long. And I think you can imagine in many cases, most cases, that can be difficult. You see the human compassion in people, and you see mistakes can be made. Today, obviously, is not one of those days for me. Sentencing today is very easy, and I think it was Miss Lisa Huff, or actually no, it might have been Laura Ely, I'm not sure, maybe both, who had great insight in their statements that there's a role that the court has, and that is to punish and also to provide for the safety of the community. What I enjoyed this afternoon was, even though it was brief, learning about the terrific lives that this, I'm going to call them Robbie and Jennifer, lived. They seemed, and many of you used these words, that they were selfless. Some of you said that they gave the shirt off their back for others. They ministered to children and others, going as far as Ukraine and Russia to help those in need in South America. They were babysitters. They were a happy husband and wife. They were children to the parents we heard from, brothers, aunts, uncles. They just really seemed like terrific people. And it is a shame that in this great country that we live in, that we lost two shining stars. I hope that, and one of you mentioned this, that they live on in your hearts, in your memory, and I hope you realize that. I know you do. The grief, the anger will continue for time, but I hope you cherish, and I know you will, those memories, and lean on each other and the love and support of your family, and celebrate what seems to be amazing lives of two great people, and they can be beacons for how you teach your children and how you continue to move on. Mr. Tower, I don't know what else to say. You seem to be an evil spirit, an evil person.
Evil spirit because you're talking foolish.
Who doesn't seem to have any...
I'm full of remorse. I'm not showing it because...
I will at this time, Mr. Tower, sentence you as to count 1. This is for first-degree murder of, count 1 was Robbie, is that right?
Yes.
Of Robbie.
Proper name is Robbie.
Of Robbie Tower. I will sentence you to life in prison. You will serve the rest of your life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 2, and often I do run them concurrent. I know that the defense requested that. We have a unique and clearly a special life in Jennifer Tower as well. And I spoke about that earlier. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty of count 2, first-degree premeditated murder on Jennifer Tower. I will run this sentence consecutive to count 1. I will sentence you, Mr. Tower, to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Count 3, the fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. I'll adjudicate you guilty. let's see, this is what degree felony? State third. Sentence you to the maximum of 5 years in prison to run concurrent with count 2. I will order that you have no contact whatsoever with Robbie and Jennifer's family, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, parents, siblings. I will order restitution and reserve as to the amount. I'll order as a civil judgment against you court costs, a prosecutor fee and public defender fee of $100 to each. Are there any other statutory terms that I'm leaving out? State.
No, Your Honor, but I do have a score sheet for count 3, which is the only count that requires a score sheet.
Mr. Gilman, anything I left out?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Tower, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of this court. If you cannot afford an attorney for that appeal, one will be appointed to represent you.
What about the truth?
Good luck to everyone. Court will be adjourned.
Judge Crew.
Well, that certainly was interesting. So Phil, I think, was his dad. I'm sorry, was Robbie's dad. And then, let's see. Let's see if we can find anything. All right, so Jennifer has her mom and stepfather, Cindy and Oscar. She's survived by her 2 older sisters, Lori and Lisa, her half-siblings, Ed and Angela, her stepbrother, Michael, and her mom and stepfather. Her mom, Cindy, and then stepfather is Oscar. All right, so he's apparently, and Phil is Robbie's dad. So he's apparently saying that there might have been some abuse there. So that's what he's saying. I would like to know what his truth is. He's saying the truth. Well, what is the truth? I don't know. I guess we're never going to hear it. Doesn't matter. I don't know. All right. So that's that. So Robbie and Jennifer, he was sentenced to life without parole for both. Jennifer was consecutive, so that's 2 life without paroles. And then count 3, fleeing, was 5 years to be concurrent with Jennifer, which is at the same time. So he's never getting out. So that pretty much puts an end to. Is that still? All right, the kitties were like all over that. All right, so that puts an end to Dima Tower, whatever that's his adopted name. I think it was, who was it? Was it the dad that said he didn't want him to continue on with his name? He would like him to change his name in jail. He doesn't want to be associated with him. So Dad Phil was saying, change your name. So we don't know what his last name is. All right, you guys. Let's see. All right, we're going to put an end to this and say thank you for joining us. We're over at Devin Michaels. We have a redirect set up over there. But in case you don't have that, here is the Devin Michaels trial. Is here. So if you guys want to join us over there, Devin Michaels link right there. And appreciate you guys being with us. Thank you to our mods. That was a lot. That was a lot to deal with. Jury came back in an hour and a half, basically. Jury came back in an hour and a half. Guilty on all charges. And that pretty much is it. So thank you for being with us. I got nothing more to say on this. We'll just close the chapter on Dima, and we'll head on over to Devin. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping it respectful and courteous. Emotions kind of sometimes get the best of us. So I just ask you, just be kind to each other. There's no reason to hammer each other and attack each other. We try to build each other up here. We don't want you guys tearing each other down. We're not about that. So please just keep that in mind when your emotions do run high. Just take a deep breath and, don't attack each other. That's all. So with that being said, thank you for being a part of us and a part of this trial. And join us over at Devin Michaels. And thank you to our mods. We're dual streaming. You guys did a great job today. Thank you to Aaron as well. And we will see you guys over at the other trial. Have a good one, guys. Bye.